Maybe dog treats. Probably also would give a dog a tummy ache, but... Okay, so this looks ugly as fuck right now. I have a question, chat. Should I bother putting flooring into this? It's gonna be full of lava anyway. I think I might. For one specific reason. It'll look nicer while we're building it. It won't actually take that long. I have the blocks. And if something falls into it, they'll take more damage when they hit the bottom. I mean, they'll also already be covered in lava, ideally, but... Then I will do this. Grab that and put a ramp there. That it's mud under there? Why? I mean, this is an aquifer layer, so there was water there not too long ago. Are you trying to tell me that this Maltese that we have trapped inside of a box with 2.5-inch thick stakes is a wolf? Vulpine? Maybe like an oversized guinea pig with a rat complex. Hope you've enjoyed your lurks, UGDPY. Appreciate you, mate. How you been today? How do you search for worn items? It's in the name... How do you search for worm items? When you try, it only shows X things within the name. Well, yeah, same, but like you have to dig through a little bit. You get a lot of false positives. Unless you have a super effective refuse stockpile, which will just rot away all the worn items for you. You didn't realize what was in there? There's also the thing where like I just make like 100 of everything per year, which is way more clothing than I need. So I'm selling like not just used clothing. I'm also selling new clothing. Like I'm selling a combination of like used clothing and new clothing. We're like a lightly used / bulk discount store. Been playing Path of Exile running. They have a beta running, adding turn-based combat. I swear that somebody told me about that like several years ago. That like PoE had a version that was going to be turn-based. How is that? I feel like that would be really slow considering how wild the combat in that game gets. Like, you'd have to have... Oh, Pillars of Eternity, not Path of Exile. Sorry. Didn't that already have that? Okay, now I'm just, like, thinking about... Like, is it Pathfinder that I'm thinking of that has a turn? It must be Pathfinder. Which of those games that is, like, of that style that's relatively recent that has a turn-based option? I think, like, the Divinity games do. Huh. I was either that or power over Ethernet, but turn-based power over Ethernet seems wild. Are they walking on the air right now? Nope, this is the ground floor. Like this right here would be in the air. But no, they're on the ground floor. Lunatic in YouTube chat. Although it might... okay, so I'm not talking about the Divinity Original Sin games. I'm talking about the Divinity games. Aren't the Divinity games, like, real-time with pause? Like the OG Divinity game? Anyway. There's too many... Like, there's Divinity, then there was Divine Divinity, and then they made Divinity Original Sin, and also Divinity Dragon Commander, which is the only one that I've actually played. I don't even... Might be one of the more confusing naming schemes. Although Japan just goes, fucking hold my beer every time people start thinking about confusing video game titling. And they're just like, this is X-$42 X random lady name. But anyways, I guess question. Oh, they have it in the second one, but not the first one. Okay, that would explain probably then why I was just like gaslighting myself. Going like, didn't that exist? That looks pretty dope. I wonder what this looks like in ASCII. One of the cooler things I made. Is your favorite game? I thought you were gonna, I was reading that, and as I was reading it, I was really hoping you were gonna write wife at the end. That's my wife you're talking about, sir. Anyways. So, I've got that done. Now it's time to put together a pump stack. Actually, how many pipes have they made? In fact, I think they've got 128 out of 200 still to go, and 139 out of 200 still to go. Making good progress, which means we are very likely clear. I love the fact that the 5 most pissed off dwarves in the fort are farmers. Like, I would always expect that to be my military, because, like, you know, they're just, like, training and stressed about it, right? But it's like, it's just farmers? Yeah, that there's also that kind of area of Japan where it's like, why did you name your anime like a clickbaity YouTube video? I don't get that. Like, at all. But it's okay, I don't need to. Okay, so I think I should be able to go from here. Let's see. Sure. Wait. Yep, that'll work. All the way up through here. All the way up through that. And all the way up to there. Except I think I'm just gonna go to right there. Actually, no. I gotta go from this side. Have the most to walk if the farm isn't centrally located? The farm is centrally located. I think most likely what it is the farmers are the closest to, like, the garbage piles. That's probably what it is. Let's just go down to about here. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go all the way up to here. Just dig up one. So what I think I'm going to do is I have 2 pump stacks. Do you guys hear the wood chipper outside? Pretty loud wood chipper. Anyway, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have one here, which is going to be from layer 16, which is 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Like 60 like 72 or something layers, which is fine. It's gonna go from there all the way up. And then I'm going to build a tunnel from here to somewhere over, I don't know, around here, I guess. Then I will build a second pump stack that's going to go from a reservoir down in here, underneath the fort, to up and alongside this. I'm just going to dump lava in probably around here. That, I think, is what we're going to do. But yeah, I'll keep an eye on that Silver She, though. OS update time. Good luck. I deleted a Linux kernel the other day, and it kind of stressed me out. Because somehow I ended up on, like, the cutting-edge experimental one, and I'm not even sure how, because the distro I use doesn't actually support it normally, unless you're on a different fork of it, which I'm not. Only kernel you delete is popcorn. Sure. The section of cavern has collapsed. You never dared to make to pump up lava before? Really? I don't think it's not. It's never as bad, I think, as people presume it is. It's one of those things that like looks like it should be really, really, really slow and tedious, but the only part that's slow is like actually building the thing. As long as you're sure that you have magma-safe materials, it's actually not all that bad. Going to make... Let's do steel gauntlets. And I'm going to take the top squad. I'm going to make a alternate version of this uniform, which just replaces clothing. I'm going to call it crossbow mixed bull. Confirm and save uniform. Grab this. Swap the whole squad over. Then they all strip their clothes off, because who needs clothing? Or they should do that. I should actually just get them back to training. Yep. And they go grab leggings and shoes. Got their bolts already. Why are you crying? Euphoric due to inebriation. Oh, so happy. They're crying. You also hear, it's also hard for a lot of people to design the pump animatic. I mean, yeah, I agree, Cassius Nomad. You need to remember that I played this game for probably thousands of hours before ever touching a minecart or a pump. Can't be you? You sure? Positive? You were more scared that your doors would be hit by the magma. That's something I think is really funny about lava versus water in Dwarf Fortress is liquids are not created equal in this game. And like lava is significantly less dangerous in like immediate terms for dwarves than water. Because pressurized water, fort's gone. Lava, like, how bad can it really be? All right. Let's go. What do we up? Pretty sure? Got it. Got it. YouTube chat. I have a question. What should I do with torn clothes? Do you keep having problems with them? Well, presuming you have enough clothing for dwarves to equip new clothing. If they're greedy and they want to keep all the items that they've always had, just make sure they have cabinets in their bedrooms. Each cabinet can hold up to 156 pieces of clothes. So just make sure that they have access to cabinets. That'll help. The other thing you can do is sell clothing and search by X. Then it'll just get automatically tossed. Another thing that you can do, and this is a bit extreme, but you can do this as well, if you have a huge problem with used clothing, which this fort kind of does, this will also destroy not used clothing, okay? Dwarves generally don't keep low-value clothing. Usually, low-value clothing ends up sticking in a stockpile. So if you go here, you allow all, okay? I generally remove metal, period, and usually gems as well. If you go to quality, get rid of everything down to finely crafted, your craft stores won't get upset if they get destroyed, okay? And then you remove all this, and you just go wear. Put all the wear in there. You go armor. Put the armor in there, so leather armor go in there. What this will do in a refuse stockpile, because that's what this is, it's a refuse stockpile. Like this shirt, these are all higher quality, so these won't get thrown out, and they're owned by a dwarf. These shoes, however, probably won't be claimed, because there is a high supply of higher value clothing around, and nobody's claimed it anymore. I could sell it, but it's worth 5 dwarf bucks. Like, who care? I don't. Get thrown in there. But the one that's owned won't, right? Like, this is a damaged glove. No one's ever going to claim this again. It's owned by Scales. That's fine. But when Scales dies, no one's going to claim it. So it'll just get tossed into the refuse stockpile. That is something you can do. Like, that's like the last-ditch effort. Chat, how do you get rid of clothing? In Dwarf Fortress or otherwise. In real life, I make bike rags. So, you know, that's what I do, personally. But what do you do? You feed the old clothes to siblings and cats. Talking about in Dwarf Fortress or in real life? What are we talking about here, man? See, like, now they're bringing all this stuff over. Like, some of them are somewhat nicer. But most of them will be like this. I mean, that's basically what I'm actually doing, Sarah. Like, I'm using an Atom Smasher, yeah. I might swap this out with lava, though, because that'll be easy to do soon. All the new ones are going to get there, and then if you have a trash stockpile, they take all the clothes. That's actually kind of a genius little note that I never really thought of. It's like, if you have a clothing stockpile, just set it to put all the clothes in a specific place. Like, I could just be like, here, oopsies. And here is the clothing repository. And I could be like, maybe don't put the lowest quality ones here. And you give items to that. I think I'm running out of webs. You store them in a regular stockpile and monitor it a bit, and if I see lots of brand new clothing, I know... Also, another thing I could do is I could set this to not take from other places. So this will just be new clothing. Like, old clothing won't go there. Old clothing will get slowly destroyed by being thrown into the trash pile. I love how it's mostly like the shoe stockpile right now. Let's make some more wooden bins. Actually, let's not do that. I'm running very low on wood. Let's instead go bars. Let's make some iron bins. I can just melt them later if I want them. The iron back. Game is not letting me click that for typing that for some reason, and I don't know why. What did I do? I don't know. Okay, well, let's try that again. There we go. I'm not sure what I was doing wrong. Let's do 50. Get rid of that, and then do... That'll be plenty. And the last thing I need to go actually is... Yeah. You used to crush them with a bridge, but I've discovered that you can't do that anymore. I think you did something wrong. Because I'm crushing stuff with a bridge down here. So you can absolutely do that. You just can't crush them if the stuff's on top of the bridge when it's open. Like, you have to, you know, make sure it's under the bridge to crush it. I'm curious. I wonder if you made, like, a retracting bridge instead of a raising bridge, Tank. Sometimes I sell, but usually you end up with lots of full bins, right? I mean, bins are good. Like, the old school dwarf mentality of, like, bins bad is kind of counterproductive these days. On a bridge is just a cat. Well, I don't know. Springboard, maybe. I don't know if I'd say catapult. Pretty sure it was the dropping one? Oh, actually, speaking of bins, I do need to go to this stockpile now and remove bins. Because look, guess what? There's a bin! It's like immediately a bin ends up in that stockpile. I can get all that stuff out. I'll have to remove it, but it's fine. This is why I like making metal bins, is so like if I do need to empty one, I can just be like, well, let's go melt it, you know? Then they melt this finished goods bin, and then this happens. The setup that separates new clothing, I sell the bins directly, and that's way easier than going at sock by sock.
How y'all been?
How y'all been? Check out these bins! Anyway, Goat Girl Zell. You did. Doing pretty good. Check this out. We're making a big ol' tube thingy. I don't really know what to call it, so it's just tube thingy. That's what we're doing. No, it's not hot right now. It will be hot. It's actually pretty cold because there's ice outside. It's going to be hot when I fill it up with lava. Unless you're talking about the dick-shaped bridge at the front, which chat likes to point out. I don't know what to tell you. Quit projecting, I guess is what I'll tell you. Yeah. It's like a vault? Sure, minus the slate and more glass. I've seen bigger, that's what she said? So I remember, chat, how I asked how do you get rid of used clothing? Snatcher Hardcore in YouTube chat just says, I start a new game. It's like, how do you deal with used clothing? I quit. Just like real life. Such pump stack. Much deep. Well, they're almost there. So I suppose that part's good. Now the question is, do I want to go deeper? I kind of do, actually. There we go. Except what I'm going to do, I think. I'm probably going to flood these bottom few layers, because that'll be pretty easy to do. But for the beginnings, I need everything to be lava safe. Quartzite's lava safe. Green glass is lava safe. But the easiest way for me to do this is go to here and type in block. This is a little bit silly looking, possibly, but just forbid everything that ain't green glass. If it ain't green and it ain't glass, we don't need it. Don't want it. And then... yeah, I guess I could use those iron pipes, too. So I can now just use closest material. Oopsies. But then what I need to do before I can do that, because they're going to start from here and they're going to move up, need to go through this. I need to alternate these so that they can vertically transfer power. So, front, then front. And this part's pretty straightforward, generally. And I do insist it's not as scary or tedious as people seem to think it is. In YouTube chat, I decided to put chili peppers on your noodles, and it was the biggest mistake of my hour, and now I have to choose between death by starvation or death by fire. Honestly, why don't you just, like, wash the noodles? I know this might be a crazy thing, but, like, noodles cooked in water, take the noodles, rinse them, then resauce them. You're sitting here and trying to decide which picture to draw next for Reddit based on your Dwarf Fortress games. The death of the great best warrior fortress, Gorlak, the slayer of two giants, and a couple of minotaurs, not to mention all the similar foes, and the destruction of the fortress due to miscalculation while building a waterfall. Dragon that defeated the fortress from an alien... Wait, what? Oh, Elven. I read that as alien invasion. Sorry. From an Elven invasion. I mean... I don't know, chat. What sounds cool to you? Also, hopefully you're doing more than just putting them on Reddit. Like, save them for yourself, at least. Actually, I should just use the deep space button. Dragons roasting elves is always fun. I find that when I do end up at war with elves, they very rarely purely just send elves. It's usually like the last majorly memorable one where I was at war with everything. It was like, oh, they're just sending like legendary not hamster men, chinchilla men. It was like chinchilla people that they kept sending, and like Wolverine men. Those were scary, the Wolverine men. Especially because that was during the very first round of the Siege update when there was a bug where siegers would just like pick a tree and camp in it until you went and attacked them, which was pretty brutal because they were all like master swords Wolverine men and they eviscerated my army. But also, you know, it's pretty fun. Also, yeah, rip the Gorlak. I would say the Flood, personally. Because I think that one's maybe the most relatable. After that, maybe the Gorlak. But it's your creativity, so you do what you want to do. Although that's kind of... You talking about those different drawings for Reddit kind of reminds me of like how I decide what video to make next. It's like, well, I could do the thing with this thing, or this thing with this thing, or this thing with this thing while I'm actively playing a fort that's like fresher in my memory, and I'm thinking about that more than the forts I could turn into a video, and then I go, oh god, I'm just one person. Oh look, stuff's on fire. Cool. Anyways. A bunch of pyromaniac beasts. We're in an ad break, but I'm just gonna finish this. Ha! Beauty of it, only need to do it once. Dwarf is pissed off, and I find that really hard to believe. Doesn't feel anything at work. Just want to craft an object. Maybe you're just like not fit out for this whole mining thing. Yeah, this dwarf just doesn't feel anything positive. Really? Wild. Just remembers defeating the baddies. That's it. 2 wide pump stack. Yep. It'd be pretty funny if DF had spicy food and spicing a dish would give a mood boost. You know what's funny, Lunatic? Dwarves used to be very picky about specific kinds of food. And that was removed from the game because half the time it was impossible to find giant, like, I don't know, giant hippopotamus spleen. But yeah, more cooking stuff would be cool. Spicing would be neat. Caves of Cud comes to mind. The caves always come to Cud. By the way, chat, plan for today is we're Dwarfing until the vibe shifts. And when the vibe shifts, I am going to play some more Menace. And then tomorrow Menace launches, so I don't know what I'll be doing tomorrow. I'm like in 2 minds. Part of me kind of wants to just play Menace, but part of me wants to do other things other than Menace. We'll see. I'm excited for Menace, though. Been enjoying the little bits I've been plucking away at that. The caves always cut until the cutter find the caves. The real question is, you cut or cut not. But you could try. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. That's funny, actually. Did I screw something up? I don't think so. I may have screwed something up. Yep. I broke something. Somewhere, I broke the stairs. I'm like mostly certain of this. What? Nope, that's the top. I mean, I know how. It probably with a pickaxe. Shrug, whatever. Actually, hold up. Let me try something else. Okay, that works. Oh, I see what I did wrong. These are backwards. I'm having a day today, chat. I just put in two things and then started digging around them and like didn't look at them and was like, whoa, okay, wait, hold up. There's a problem here. It's a bit of a problem here. It's okay. It's actually a rather easy problem to fix. All right, speaking of problems. Then this, 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 that, this, that, this. That. Now I feel like every time I do this, there's always somebody who points out, why don't you just make a macro? It's because I don't ever use macros for things. At least not anymore. Because of that, if I start to do this and I use a macro, by the time I correctly make a macro that works and figure out what all the hotkeys are now, I could have just built it. So I find that like it's just easier to build it. Because I only need to build it like once. So it's almost always faster for me to just do it this way. Even if, yes, a macro would be more pleasant for this process. Never thought you could power pumps by stacking them? Yeah, only if you power them this way. So like that's a gear basically. So that at the end acts as a gear vertically. So they're powering each other vertically. It's one of these things where it's like, I'm not entirely positive how intentional of a mechanic it is. At least, it's an intended mechanic. I don't know if Tarn ever envisioned us using it like this. Snatcher, think of the child. But the Dwarf's got him. Fired a bunch of bolts at him. I don't think they hit him. Seeing a bunch of... Why is there a random hole over there? What the fuck? That's weird. See a bunch of like... Oopsies, I just saw something I need to keep forbidden for the moment. Right now, most of the dwarves are just building stuff. Sandshrews, what up? It's good to see you. And Zimo dear, hello. How is Dwarfs today? I mean, it's been the longest January of the last couple of years, but aside from January in general being bleh, it's been all right. Dwarfs is good, I think. You haven't messed with them yet? Well, you're learning things. Let's just go from the bottom. Oopsies. Although I will say, I'm just making sure that all of the blocks that could go into these are made of glass, because everything else is forbidden, and I've done that intentionally so that I can just click all these really quickly without having to assign all the different materials. And just use closest material, because otherwise it would take significantly longer. But if I only have pump materials made out of glass, which is safe for lava use, and I only have four pipes made of glass. Okay, we're still making tubes. Oopsies, that's not what I want. I'm still making 89 more glass tubes, and I presume they're done with the corkscrews then? Okay. How's the lava pit going? I'm making part 1 of this thing, whatever that thing is. I'm building part 1 of my future, I guess, pumping mechanism. And over here, I'm gonna build a method of getting some power. I'm actually going to go from this side. So they'll dig through that, which will take a little bit. But pretty good tipping. I don't know how intended it was. Well, I mean, it's intended now. That's for sure. But yeah, it's hard to say how intended it was. For pump stacks to be the one of, if not the primary use for pumps. I'm gonna chop down 2 more trees, which should be okay for the elves, but we'll see. If I piss them off, then oh well, I have plenty of wood. I'm probably also getting close-ish to the point where I could fight them anyway. So we should probably just start saying fuck it and throw some caution to the wind. I don't know why it's so gusty over here in Caution Land, but it is. Higher quantity of lava going uppers is why. That's why the double. I mean, that is mostly just going to be moving lava from deep below to up. So I'm kind of... How do I explain this? I'm kind of expecting to use that as just quantity transport, basically. I don't know why that wouldn't be a legit question, but yes, no. Is in fact a legit and easily answerable question. Double pump, more water, more better is the answer. And I'm just gonna throw... I'll also note that like all of my workshops are forbidden right now because they're all made of blocks. It's funny. Funny side effect of how I'm doing things. Happy Dwarf, no matter the beard. Can do. Rolf? Let's do great, and bridge. Okay, Happy Dwarf, no matter beard. You are now Rimtar. Rolf, did you have a dwarf in this fort before? Society, creatures, Rolf. No, you has not. Okay, so this is Rolf the First for this world. He is impeccably curious without any respect for property or privacy. He is quite ambitious, and she is a friendly individual. She is considered rude, and she could easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and often cheerful, and she tries to keep her things orderly. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she finds obligations confining. But she is, although she values the concept of loyalty and is troubled by her natural tendencies, and she is trusting. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she doesn't really care about anything anymore. More stuff breaking. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees competition as reasonably important and sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and does not respect the law. She likes alunite and bismuth and bronze and rose quartz and almond wood, giant deer antler, and dog tooth. Gems, male shirts, figurines, and goblets. I still maintain that baby goblins should be called goblets. Horses for their strength, and capuchins for their social nature, and the sound of the silver of control, and the sight of the balances of twinkling. If impossible, prefers to consume stingray and steelhead, trout, and barley wine. Absolutely hates blood gnats. Her nose is incredibly upturned, and she has a jutting chin, and her teeth are gaped. You have two friends, Nil and Udib, a lie maker and clother. You're not a member of any very not religious world. Like, they all worship gods, but like nobody in any factions that I've really seen in here are members of religions. So that's interesting, at least in this faction. Link, and Link. Actually, man, what's life without a little bit of risk? Yeah, what's life without a little bit of risk? We're gonna do this the risky way. That's the way I'm gonna do it. We're gonna do it the risky way. You guys like the risky way? I'm gonna go down into there first while we let them work on that. Save the game? Why would I do a thing like that? Sure. Just let me do this first. Are they no longer making corkscrews? Oh, I see the issue. Kind of dumb now. These are fucking forbidden. Alright, I can quick save. So, I had a thing I was gonna say and it just like completely slipped by my mind. Yes and no, Lunatic. Yes and no. Because a forge is something specific, but lava-safe materials in Dwarf Fortress make 0 sense, period. Even if it's betraying its own logic, because they're saying, it's kind of funny how things can be melted in a magma forge, can be safe for using in magma. It's like, yes and no, I don't know. I mean, like, it's a weird system that kind of doesn't make any sense. So, you know, Just kind of is how it is, I suppose. Just kind of is how it is. Let's also unforbid all of this over here, yes. And these can be unforbidden. All right. But how you doing today, Bubble Page? How's things? Hey, chat. Today's been extremely lurky. What do you want to talk about? What do I have to do? Probably something that is outside of my power. But if there's anything you guys want to chat about, let's help keep that conversation rolling. Because I'm just trying to keep the chat active to some degree. I'm reporting a bot in the Discord. Gotcha. That's just the old Molt bot being stupid. When you get your hands free, you'll be more chatty? Are they in prison? No, it's fair. I'm mostly just like, I don't know, I've tried to verbalize recently that I'm a little bit on the, how do I put this? Mentally bricked when it comes to creativity at the moment. I mostly just blame the state of the world. I'm sure that's something that a lot of people can relate to. And when I'm especially mentally bricked, my ability to keep talking gets worse. Who won? Who was playing? I know nothing about soccer. I like that you call it soccer and not football. That's funny to me for some reason. Okay, forbid that. Now, we're going to be risky, chat. Who's ready to be risky? We're going to grab all of the military and tell them to go stand right the fuck there. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go do... Okay. I'm going to dig through this. Channel through both these. Actually, let's pause that one. Just normal dig through that one. Here we go. Oh, also, please pull that lever. Okay, that bridge should close. Yep, it did. Let's see if I can do this first. Because there is a big, scary, forgotten beast on this map. Sweet. That boulder's annoying. It's a good thing I put that blocker there. Okay, we're all safe. Of how Germans call gloves hand shoes aren't like direct translations amusing. So that's how I've always felt about hand shoes, gloves, stuffs. speaking of beasts that we forgot about, the forgotten beast Zotir Angiz Tol has come, a gigantic humanoid composed of amber. Ooh. Shiny. Semi-opaque. Reflective. I'm kind of amazed that my green screen's still functioning. Normally at this time of day it wouldn't, but I guess I figured out my lighting finally. It has large mandibles and it squirms of fidgets. It's beware its deadly spit. Oh, by the way, for those of you who haven't seen these guys were bugged, and now we have a giant pond turtle. Because they exist now. Proof! Anyway, here's this monster. It's gonna be it versus the giant Cheeto monster. The ball of flaming Cheetos, assuming it's still alive. This thing has killed a bug bat and Nako Known Cruel. I guess Nako Known Cruel was known to be cool. This is Terror Deeps. Down at the... I really like its mandibles, actually. Those are cool. What a dope monster. It sounds cooler than plain old football. I guess so. I was like, was that a forgotten beast? What was that? What's it in combat with? Oh, it fired a blob of spit. It spat out a bug bat. Got it. Not too much. Pretty sure there's another one somewhere on this layer, but it could very well be outside of our line of sight. I was kind of hoping it would fight, but keep an eye on the combat logs. Death by cheese. It does kind of look like it's made of cheese. We got cheese and Cheetos. All right, let's go this way. Should be pretty damn close to done. So far that makes, that's 1,000 power, 1,050. What about the lower one? 1,050. So I need about 25 water wheels? Something like that? Something like that. I may actually need to make this longer. But it shouldn't be too bad. Pal of yours pointed out how ridiculous it sounds that we call planes fly stuff and lighters fire stuff. Wait, in German? Well, okay. I'm glad you named them fly stuff and not fall stuff. Or is that what you call like a bungee cord or a parachute? No, I mean, that makes sense, I guess. Like, I guess I just never realized that directly translated to stuff. Yes, I am building a lava pump, Seagrips, in YouTube chat. How did I do the far away view? I mean, this. I hold down Control, and I scroll the mouse wheel, or I hit the square back brackets. This fortress is starting to look like a metropolis. Like, it's really starting to look like a fort. Do not worry or look at the lack of bedrooms, though. Even though there's a bunch here, we don't have enough. I need more. But you always need more. Maybe the mechanics district can have some bedrooms in the future. stuffer things. I mean, fire thing is... That's just me talking when I'm exasperated and trying to tell somebody I need a lighter. Give me the fire thing! And a candle. It's like they just hand you, like, I don't know, thermite. You said fire thing. Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm just gonna let these work just ever so slightly more. Also, I need to see. Oh, we're still making iron bins. Look at that. Lovely. Bomb wreck. The metal crafter has been possessed. What a possessing thing to do and have happen. You want to fight? Okay, we can help that happen. BOM. Hey. Why are you... What am I spelling wrong? Maybe you're just not able to be put into the military when you're in a strange mood. Weird. Today I learned. Beastie number 4Z in the last not super longy. It's Jared Leto. It's Pan Note Demet is its subtitle, and it is a great quadruped composed of mud. Yeah, it's Jared Leto. It has a long swinging trunk, and it has a bloated body. Beware its poisonous vapors and ability to tank movie sales. Where are you? This one is on the upper level, and is probably going to get obliterated by the purple thing. We're in an ad break. I'm going to go take a piss real quick. Enjoy the description of Jared Leto. I will be right back. I hope it's musical. That would be very funny. 2 seconds, chat. Yeah. All right. Be lurking later on, but you have errands to run. Very important. Go do your errands and lurking later on. I'm gonna watch this monster kill thing. Or not kill thing. You love Frankenwords? Oh, just like how Germany like just makes compound words? Like that game that's coming out that's all about shooting stuff at a very far distance with a giant artillery thing against aliens. Where'd that other beastie go? Game, you're making me nervous. Speaking of errands, welcome back from your errands as somebody else leaves for errands. Leto began, and there's a hyperlink to an actual place on the map called the Depths of the World. This is now Legends calls this. Is this how Legends calls this? The Depths of the World usually just means unnamed caves. If you could take the link for that and plop it in the chat and I'll take a peek. But it's probably just the caverns. It'd be really weird because Underworld is what the game calls the circus. But the Depths of the World usually is referring to the caverns, but the caverns usually have more specific names. So, like, the Depths of the World would be like, you know, I'm walking on the sidewalk. He's outside, right? But I'm on a street named this and this. Whereas, like, the Depths of the World would be like the cavern named blobbity blobbity blah. But a lot of caverns are unnamed, so they're just Depths of the World. That's probably what it is. Yeah, no, this is just a way to show the caverns. Because goblins journey down there, and then they tame animals. Yeah, cave crocodiles. It's just an unnamed cavern, basically. Just show of hands, how many of you have tabs open with the legends up? Killed a blind cave bear once. Because I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream. Hey ho! But when I was moving from Legends Browser to Legends Viewer over the weekend, I discovered something because I had to open up my Cloudflare to point it at a different port. And Cloudflare claims that there was like 360 gigabytes of data transferred from people looking at it and using it and sorting it. I haven't looked at my ISP's data usage, but like, holy shit. Like, I'm normally in the terabytes per month anyway, so like that's fine. I've got unlimited data. But holy shit. You know, Hobo, I gotta see this. Wow. Another one? Feoba! Melly has come, an enormous feathered scorpion. It has a curling trunk. It appears to be emaciated. Its plum feathers are delicious but patchy, and it has a poison sting. Beware it. Are we gonna see them fight soon? Please, Mr. Linesman, let the... This one's killed nothing. The Murky. Okay, this might be the prettiest beast. I love those blue claws. It's in conflict with something. And then just a, hungry head flies by. Oh no. There's gotta be like a few dozen hungry heads over there. No, I think a lot of that, Rogue Phoenix is likely just random trawlers and trackers and, how do I word this? Scrapers. Those sorts of things. Like just the automated internet churn machine, you know? Like, how many instances of Legends Viewer do we need to host before we start seeing references to Dwarf Fortress places in LLMs popping up. That's kind of more the direction I'm thinking, but... Because that's, like, data that is going to that port from, like, through Cloudflare. So... That one does look kind of amazing. It's definitely my favorite. And it's visible again. Yeah, that looks like, you know, something that you would... Whoop. Well, it's dead. I was going to say, it looks like something that you would buy and then put in a fish tank, but it seems that Quasimodo, the cursed devil, the mysteries of poison, killed it by kicking it in the sepia-thorax, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. And it traumatized him. It's upset. But it's now killed 1, 2, 3 forgotten beasts. As well as 30 other things. Hungry heads, flesh balls, blind cave ogres, crundles, bug bats, a reacher, Jack, we call him. I mean, probably not. Stoned, probably not. Wish you had a brain so you could play this game. I think they sell those at like a lot of like if you can find like an ethnic grocer, the ones that like sell literally every part of the animal, I'm sure you could find a couple brains. You could get a few pig brains, most likely. Zealot Tactics in YouTube chat. Or, you know, read, watch some tutorials. Have a bit of it's more patience that you need than a brain, really. All right, so with this up and more or less ready to go, I'm gonna yoink. So I'm not actually gonna need to go that far. I'm gonna need to go to here. So let's go. Need to go like over to here. And then down to there. In YouTube chat, Zealot Tactics just said that if they had a brain, they could play this game. It's like, well, I don't know if you need a brain. I'm sure somebody's willing to offer spares. Okay, let's go over to here. Although, like, you know, when you start talking about, like, the black market for organs, that starts getting expensive, so I don't know if it's worth the cost of admission at that point. Stepped on a bug, slapped the bug. Yeah, something like that. I made a shit ton of grates. Okay, so now that all that is done, I can go block. Just unforbid all of these. Got Kimberlite blocks, that's fun. How hard can it be? Yeah. So, I mean, you know, I watched The Final Destination recently, and they practically walk into a morgue at one point in that movie. And, like, don't seem even remotely bothered by the weirdness of the fact that they're literally in a morgue, like, staring at their friend's corpse. Like, they're completely unbothered by this. And so to that, all I have to say is clearly breaking it, like, if movies from the mid-2000s taught me anything, breaking into a morgue is super easy. No, it's brain removal. We need a donor, though. It's not like it's astrophysics. I'm sorry, what is rocket surgery? Like, is this just like the, what? It's not that complicated, it's only astrophysics joke, or is this like something else? What the hell is rocket surgery? This whole bit chat reminds me of this joke from something. Could not tell you what it was. A guy with crazy hair runs into a room and screams, "I've lost my mind." Followed by, "I'll help you find it." All right. Yep. Rocket brain science surgery. Well, here's the thing. How can I go to a bar while being in space? Honestly, to me, that just seems like some sort of ploy to get me to sign up for a suicide mission to Uranus. And honestly, I would rather stay on Earth. Thank you very much. There's bars here too. I don't need no space bar. Run-on sentences for days. Speaking of run-on sentences, or nothing to do with the run-on sentences, actually. I was watching Cody's Lab recently, and remembering this is a very specific part of YouTube, so most of you probably won't know who the heck this is. Cody's Lab is an interesting YouTube channel. He's been like practically homesteading for the last decade, but trying to build something that could theoretically be like completely isolated from oxygen as like a homemade backyard pseudo-space colony. It's taking forever. It's very expensive, and he's not doing it very quickly. Because he was one of the people that was originally selected for that Mars One thing that never happened. It's kind of wild watching him these days after like basically saying like, yeah, no, we're not ready as a species to actually go to Mars. Fascinating YouTube channel. Okay, just a child. You know this the difference, but like the very fine line between child screaming, having a good time, and child that's being attacked. There's at least two of them outside right now, and it was hard to tell for a second there. It was concerning. Bomrek, Regkulet, the metal crafter, has created Wusen Bishol, an iron puzzle box, and offers it to the Seed of Creation. The children will love it. The problem is, I need somewhere to put it. Does anybody else notice that I haven't made any accommodations for my royalty yet? Or is that just me? Because I'm sitting here kind of thinking about it. Okay, I should do that. She's a necromancer. She's fine. She doesn't seem to mind much. But how you been, Hobo? How's things, man? It's a lot of construction that's happening. There's the other beastie. I love the thing that the fact that this thing killed a dwarf in the first year of this world's existence. Dumad Rayworks. Sort of thing that starts a religion, man. Kind of just chilling. I'm getting like weirdly excited for the Formula One season. Hobo. I'm starting to miss it. It always feels like it's almost like baseball where like the Formula One season almost doesn't end. Like there's like a 2-month break and then it's just back. And like I've started to miss it in the last like 2 weeks. NASCAR started today. Okay. Owning a NAS has destroyed my brain. Need to buy a model car and put a hard drive in it. With like a Raspberry Pi. Let's just a little model car. You know, some about ye big. Maybe just like a little NVMe drive. For maximum speed, of course. You always take so long setting up the justice stuff that not accommodating your nobles doesn't matter for a fair bit. Yeah, that's fair. That actually kind of is one of the beauties of the nobles, is just be like, nah, we're a crime fort. We're pro-crime here. You're allowed to commit all the crimes, and there's no real punishment for that. It's totally fine. It's a really easy way to just, like, not worry about satisfying your nobles. It's also a really easy way to piss off most of your dwarves, or a lot of your dwarves, but eh. Who cares, really? All right, so we have a problem, chat. I need a lot more than 10 wood. So hopefully I don't upset the elves too much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do that. I may also replace some wooden floors that I have, like in here. With other things, I could also do over there. 1, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I'm gonna need more power. That's what I'm going to need to widen this. Let's just forbid this. Or not forbid this. Open that up. It was supposed to start last Sunday, but apparently stock car racing isn't a fan of ice. I mean, if it was, I might watch stock car racing. That sounds like fun, actually. But honestly, you know, it's... Oh, man. Don't make the politics joke, Greg. You know what I was going to say. It's probably for the best. I mean, most people. Yeah, see, now I can say it, because Tiny Hippo said it. See, like, most people shouldn't be. Most people aren't a fan of ice. I would hope. It's good to know that the cars have thought about that much. Oops, you did? It's fine. I just acknowledge that a lot of people are trying to avoid the bullshit going on in the world right now. I'm trying to not, you know, cause people to get unnecessarily stressed. Because honestly, it's doing it to me. It's happening to me. I'm unnecessarily stressed a lot of the time right now. And it sucks. If this makes me go to the war with the elves, so be it. But it did legitimately... No, it's not your fault, though. It's totally fine. I mean, the reality is current politics do have me calling the things that I put in my drinks frozen water. So, for whatever that's worth. Sorry, I needed power. It's actually maybe the most realistic excuse. Crunchy water. Hard water. Wait, no, that's something else, actually. Gotta get that hard water. Similar to production violations, Wait, what happens if we have justice and don't get rooms? Do they... Well, they make demands. I don't know if the, how much the justice violations will hurt, but yeah, I mean, if you don't give them a bedroom for like 2 years, the queen will get pissed, basically. Solid water? Solid water and like thick water are like specific things though, right? So you can like, it's for people who don't have proper functionality of their jaw can drink water. That is actually a thing though. Time to make a reservoir. So that'll be... I need... I guess enough for that, so... That'll be the pump. Thick water now with extra cake. Maximum thickness for the waters. Elven caravan has arrived as well. The second one. So it's war with two factions if I piss them off. That's the reality. That I don't know. That's outside of my very narrow realm of knowledge. Which is about 3.5 by 2 feet. So problem numero uno. That actually isn't all that much water. Kind of need more of it. All right, Ral, sorry. Locum, apologies. Vicod, hate to break it to you. I'm demoing your bedrooms. I'm officially a bad landlord, chat. I don't know what to do about this, or what you're gonna do about this, or what you're gonna do with that knowledge, but I am officially a bad landlord. Because I'm going to need more power than what this is going to generate. Greetings from the woodlands. We have much to discuss. Am I in trouble? Whatever possess... Okay, phew. 9 trees. Okay, I've made it, chat. Although, now I've already chopped down... What was it, 5? Well... 1, 2, 3. I'm going to say that they said I can cut down 9. 4... 9. If we go to war. Oops, that was 10. We go to war. What do you have? Let's just bring one of these over. And also one of them's over. And I will buy all of the giant animals that they have. Because they haven't brought me sunberries yet. I would listen to them if they brought me sunberries, but they haven't. So I don't feel betrayed, but don't have much reason to listen. Meanwhile, some migrants have arrived despite the danger? What danger? Nobody's died, really. Aside from me freezing dwarves to death in a ball of ice. Oh, heavy water is like nuclear contaminants, isn't it? Now that I'm actually thinking about it for more than 2 seconds. Also, we're about to get hit with some ads. I will pause the game when the ads are done. We just create work orders to make drinks when I have condition 2 plus brewable plant or 2 plus brewable fruit to make 2 drinks. I always end up with thousands of excess because I never turn it off. Sure. Yeah. I mean, I tell them to brew when there's a minimum number of things. Same with cooking foods. Like stop if more than this, or... I'm sorry, is that a giant flying squirrel? Excuse me? Giant kiwi cock! You heard me, chat. Giant wolverine? Ooga. Giant black bear? Ooh. Giant flying squirrel and a donkey. There's also a slug. I don't really need another giant otter, but what if I keep it? You know, I'm gonna be honest with you, chat room. I've got all this clothing over here, and I'm like, yeah, I could trade with them. What if I just took all their stuff? What if I just chose chaos? They haven't brought me any sunberries. That's all I really wanted. I just wanted sunberries. They haven't brought me sunberries. I'm starting to get a little bit upset. Giant kiwi cock. You heard me. I'm gonna be a bad person, chat. I'm gonna click the seize button as soon as the ad ends. What do you think? Should I do it? And Ababab is right in the YouTube chat. Click the like button. With hydrogen, but the hydrogen is deuterium, which is the one with the extra neurons, which makes it react differently to radiation stuff. Oh. Well, I mean, we've been asking them for years to bring sunberries. They haven't. And I've been within their limits for the entirety of the time I've been trading with them, which is like 5+ years. So I'm sorry. Don't they bring you lots of logs if you comply with demands? Lots? No. Some? Yes. Am I mostly bullshitting here and saying let's start a war? Yeah. Did the other one bring me sunberries? Because there's 2 that I'm trading with. They brought a sparrow, a red squirrel, a normal pond turtle. Oh, hey, I have a breeding pair of giant kiwis. Okay, these ones I might stay nice with. Like, go to war with one half of them and not the other half. No sunberries, man. I am offended. Actually, things from the woodlands, there's much to discuss. Sure, we'll agree. 11 treats, thank you. I mean, what? Start a war, start a nuclear war? Maybe not a nuclear war. That seems a bit intense. I mean, the goblins are already at war with me, so they started the first war, honestly. So let's look. If I go civilizations, I'm at peace with the elves at the moment. Oh, shit. I always forget that this exists. 0 of 9. 7 of 11. You You know what? Let's keep it a little bit more reasonable. 7 of 11. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's see how that does for me. It would actually be kind of funny if it's counting as one big total. Because like if they go and fell those trees and only one of them fills up, that's actually really fucking funny. But how you doing, Deep Space? How you been? I noticed that you were here super early today. Hopefully you got some sleep. What do the elves say? You have disrespected the trees in this area? Probably. What's up, Roston? How's things? Okay, so is the other one counting up? 4 of... Oh, okay. -3 of 9. Oh. Oh, that's how many you have left. I get it. That feeling when, like, you notice something for the first time ever and you're just like, oh, that's what that means. Okay. You have 2 sleeps these days? Like you're is it Michelangelo or something who slept for 15 minutes every 3 hours or something? All right, so I've got a giant kiwi hen, another stray otter, and then a giant kiwi cock. So I've got a male kiwi and a female kiwi, as well as a giant flying squirrel, which may be my best new pet. Kind of want to put the kiwis somewhere where they're kind of obvious. Because that's really fucking funny. Let's just go... Workshops. Did I ever make nest boxes? I kind of don't think I did. No, I didn't. Here, I'll put the kiwis here. Because that's going to be amusing. Kiwis are much larger than you were led to believe. Mm-hmm. Can you see the kiwi portrait, please? Oh, I want to see it too. Don't worry. I've never seen a giant kiwi. I'm just waiting for the jump scare of the giant kiwi, like, barging into this area. There they are. They've got a slight smile. Oh, that's real funny looking. What a lad, man. All right. It looks like somebody took, like, a toothpick and stuck it into a testicle. That's the hen, and then that's the cock. Who's angry after being confined. Patient. Do you see? She has, like, it's a kiwi but bigger. Yeah! Exactly. That or it's like a peanut. They kind of look like a peanut with a twig sticking out in 2 feet. Like a diseased corn dog. Hey now, the food I make doesn't look pretty, but it tastes good. Quit being so mean to my poor corn dogs, okay? Such majestic beasts. Oh, thank you. The game just like hitched kind of heavily. Not sure why. get rid of these beds. And that. And that. And that. I kind of feel bad for the dwarves whose, like, bedrooms I've just, like, confiscated. It's a housing redevelopment, okay? You know, very normal thing. Well, that's not good. Why do I have a Hammerlord? Oh. Huh. So... I think Erdim's about to die, chat. Because this Burby here is trying very hard to make us die. Although, he's not dead yet. I mean, he's lost some ability to grasp, and the bird is now dead. But, there's sparrow people and more giant vultures on the surface. That's a Crundle. How did I click on you? I was trying to click on the vulture. Like, they're not aggro. I guess you... Interesting. Well, they're still shooting at him. This is great training, honestly. A Crundle vulture? Okay. Not giant vulture? There you go. I mean, look at it. You can see the vulturous nature in his eyes. You did? How? Well, that's a little awkward. I apparently have to let this dwarf out, because I've got a dwarf who fell into my pit. Thanks to these stupid birds. These goofy giant vultures. You love the Crundle portraits? They look like something. I do have to say that, like, out of all of the cartoony portraits that people thought didn't fit the game so well, that one does. Okay, we've got all those artifacts done. Let's just go door. Nope. Okay, fuck it. I will just re-wall it. And go down to here. Let's just unforbid everything in here because there's a bunch of random forbidden shit. Okay, so this is filling pretty consistently. Let's get some mudstone in here. Just kind of want the coloring to be consistent. And then we're gonna see if this sucker works. I'm gonna leave them separate because they won't spin if they're not powered. Although this one won't spin because oh no, it will. It only needs 17 power at the moment. A classic rescue operation, the best kind of operation. Okay, so this I gotta block off. And then over here, and do that. And this. And they're gonna dig down. You up here. Dang it. One off. I was thinking for a second I'd be able to do that all in one, but nope. Yeah, we're gonna have to chop down some more trees to get this done in a reasonable amount of time. It's a damn shame, but it's the truth. Hey chat, favorite Dwarf Fortress sprite and why? I'm a big fan of the shark that's just like a giant circle mouth. It's like the basking shark, I think. Big fan of that thing. It's just a big... It's like the most surprised looking shark I've ever seen. You like the Rutherers? The Rutherers are pretty good. Did two of these not get finished? Oh boy. Job got canceled and stuff got broken. Thankfully, the dwarves will be able to finish this pretty quickly. There we go. Fluffy Wamblers all early, no matter the sprite. Gotcha. I do like the Fluffy Wamblers. Remember there was one world once where I had a Fluffy Wambler god, and it was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. How's that combat still going? And they're still fighting with the giant vultures, hey? I think I may actually have to lock the dwarves underground, chat. I'm gonna make a burrow. I'm just gonna make it burrow 1. Just gonna be all the way down. Did I screw that up? And then let's go to the surface. Let's add in this. Let's remove everybody from that one. And add everybody to this one. And delete this. Just get inside. This whole situation ain't great. Thankfully, nobody's gotten splat yet, so that's kind of a miracle. We're back. Had a lot of other systems to update as well, apparently. Yeah, I had to delete a lot of copy of Notepad++, although I think that's been fixed now. The whole Notepad++ being compromised for a minute, potentially. Thing. I will say this tower is actually working pretty well. I mean, most of these dwarves are proficient marks dwarves at this point. Just like hanging out up here and then just periodically like unloading all their bolts. These don't actually have that many bolts, but hey, it's something. I'm gonna have to do some pretty heavy livestock cleaning pretty soon, I think. All right, cool. You just type no hacks in terminal. No hacks, please. Thanks. Please no steal. Original character. I mean, I'm sure that'll work. I'm sure you've got absolute immunity that way. All right, let's hope nobody breaks shit. Do that. And then we're gonna go all the way up and down. Put some blocks in the walls. I need 59 for that one side. What the hell happened here? Wacky. Okay. Throw those in. All right. How do you enable DF hack? You install it, and then it just launches, assuming you're running the same versions, which it should be. And then you hit tilde. Or it'll be all over your screen, but if you want to look at the console, you hit tilde on your keyboard. Or you could install it manually, but then you just follow the documentation. It is like a third-party piece of software. It's not a vanilla thing. Ah. An ambush. Curse them. Here we go, chat. What are we up against? Oh, goblins. A goblin spearmaster. Do you remember this guy, chat? Write down this lad's name and check it up in Legends. This goblin, sorry. I was reading the word dwarf while talking about this character. This character appeared during the last siege, got directly into the fortress and managed to make an escape out the side. Killed Frisco, Moreb, Athil, Shem, and Godin, the grizzly bear. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Object. Nope. I'm going to go to Places, Siege Engines, blap. I've never used a siege engine before. Do I have anybody with skills in it? Nope. Well, I'm sure this will go just fine. Oh, no, wait, never mind. That's not it. This is siege engines. Put all of these people who know what a siege engine is onto that task. It'll be very important. And I'm gonna tell a dwarf to go pull this lever. This wasn't hooked up last time, so we kind of started at a disadvantage. And let's see what happens. Okay, so you dodged out of the way. The legendary goblin who caused us so much grief takes a flying bolt to the neck, tearing the muscle and the upper spine's nervous tissue, and falls almost as soon as he arrived. Now, who got the hit? Please tell me.
Bring out your dead!
Strikes the goblin spearmaster in the head. So I'm starting to think that green tea might actually be my greatest Marks Dwarf. Gruesome wounds, this does not scare me, she says. She does have an impaired grasp on one of her hands due to some nerve damage. Her upper arm bears a straight scar, and her lower arm bears marks of old wounds. Because she's killed a Forgotten Beast, an Etten, a second Forgotten Beast, and now that goblin. High Master, Marks Dwarf. Chat, I need a bunch of bolts and a Vile Force of Darkness because we are under attack, my dwarves. Unless they're all just retreating, which... Honestly, that's actually just kind of fucking funny. Bye! Smell you later! See ya! Fort Champion? I mean, maybe. My queen wants toys, chat. Well, I suppose all I can do now is just go to places, siege engines, and pause those and see if more goblins arrive. And honestly, I was fully expecting those goblins to be elves and not goblins. I was like, curse them indeed. I'm like, wait, oh, no. It'll be fun watching them fall into the pit. Yeah, I don't know if how many things are going to end up falling into the pit, but... The thing is, like, I don't think there's a single faction in this game that I like. Like, I think people love to have allegiances in video games. I don't think there's any faction I hate in this game. Really. They're all just kind of fun little characters. That's about it for me. Okay, so that's gonna do the bubble over thing, which is fine. So, I now need an extremely brave miner. So who's the brave? Megalodon is my brave volunteer. Armed with an iron pick, his crutch. Hopefully he doesn't leave his 2 children and wife. Wish him luck, chat. Cool. You've discovered an unusual volcanic wall studded with gems. Raw adamantine. Praise the miners. Whoosh. That's part 1. Then we're gonna send another dwarf over the other side to go dig through that. We're gonna wait until this starts blinking, and now Squiggly, Squizzly, is gonna do the run. Another beast, for some fucking reason, has arrived. This one's named Zopu. It is an enormous hairy frog. It has a long straight horn, and it squirms and fidgets. Its eggplant hair is very curly. Beware its euphemisms, because it's eggplant. Anyway, it has deadly spit. Just like my ex. Anyway, he's gonna go around the corner here and just do the beast thing. Where are you? Pretty shallow. Okay, so lower down. Looks really fucking cool, though. Anyway, I got a dwarf I want to watch who's digging a hole. Run! Run, Beardy McDorfsons! who then digs through this side. Starts more lava flowing in. And then I go one layer above. Dig through both these. Then dig through those. So essentially what I'm doing here is I'm just flooding this whole area because it doesn't really matter if it's flooded, these lower areas. This is just going to help us pump lava out quicker. That's what this is going to do. It's going to give the lava more inflows. So now we just need to wait for those walls. We're about to get hit by an ad, so I will pause the game when the ads hit. Just waiting for these. Come on, dwarves. It's one. We're in the ad break, but there ain't too much going on. And there's two. Now that that's done, I can go here. I think what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to do one tile like this. I'm going to place a floor tile right there. And we're just going to go vertically up. I hope this fort's been entertaining, chat. Been trying to keep it tense and interesting. I think it's doing that, though. Yeah, I want to know what was up with that ambush, Bone Doll. It really feels like they were trying to start off with some bigger goal than that, but it just kind of flunked pretty quickly, so I don't know. Okay. Yep, powering the stack from the top. I mean, this is the top right here. This is where the lava's gonna go. And then we're gonna have a second pump stack. Except I'm only going to do a 2x2 there. We're going to keep digging. Meanwhile, okay, all these are powered so far, which is good. Let's go gear assembly, gear assembly, gear assembly, gear assembly, and gear assembly. Then I can go deconstruct this floor. Sorry, elves. I apologize, I guess. Let's go down here. Gear. 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 And gear. Let's deconstruct that corner. And lastly, gear. So the idea here is to make two separate pump stacks. One to go from the lava sea to where we are right now. I'll just smooth underneath that one. And then another one to go from that reservoir that I'm working on behind the scenes that will move it the rest of the way. But because I'm going to have two separate, I can like basically preload the second pump stack, because pump stacks sometimes can pump faster than the area that they're removing lava from can refill. If that happens, you often end up with this issue where you require more lava to be flowing into that place than the game can reasonably give you. And in cases like that, well, it's often a pretty good idea to, you know, just set it up so that you can move a lot more lava than that. Also, I may end up actually putting the second pump stack somewhere like over here. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to do it this way. Sup? Shutterbug, how's things? Gem cutter withdraws from society. So if I put it right there. Yeah, that'll do. Actually, pretty easily it'll do. Got a gem cutter. Yet another artifact incoming. So for in here then, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to dig up to here. Just channel this out. Your fort is falling to were-mammoths. I like just the dichotomy of chat here. It's just like we got Shutterbug, who's like, hello, and then we got Smoking Top Hat, who's like, hey-oh, and then we've got Shutterbug, who's just like, I'm on my way to work. I want to go back to sleep. Yeah, mood, man, followed by Lamau. Oh my god, my fort's dying to were-mammoths. Yeah, that sounds about right. The Dwarf fort. That's for sure. I think this was the first time I see them ambushing like that, not actually sieging. I've seen them do that since the siege update, which is always a little odd when it happens. I have a giant pond turtle. Sandberg. So, checks out. Let's give that a yank. And I'm gonna go right here. Workshop's farming nest box. Section of caverns collapsed? Oh, well, anyways. Yeah, I don't know. I've seen them ambush like that a couple of times. I wonder if they're like one of the things that can happen when you get the first small sieges, you know? Because the last siege that we got wasn't just an ambush. It was like an ambush and like a battering ram. But like the first two are raids, so that could maybe just have been a raid, perhaps. Vukar the Gem Setter has created a dick shell whatever, and offers it to the Seed of Creation. Okie dokie. What is it? It is a perfect squirrel. A perfect squirrel, chat. It is a perfect squirrel. It is, all craft storeship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of the Sunny Time, the yak leather buckler. I'm gonna put this in the middle of the tavern and just stare at people and be like, I dare you to steal it. That's what I'm gonna do. In literally 1 minute? Well, okay, so you're not losing your fortress to were-mammoths, no more. You are converting your fortress population into dormant were-mammoths that have a party once a month. Honestly, I think, chat, honestly, do you think No Mold's got this? I honestly think that you just need to make sure that the kids all attend the Were-Mammoth petting zoo, and everything will be fine. Side note, when it comes to Were-Mammoths, just nickname all the dwarves that are Were-Mammoths, and put them all into squads. Send them with no uniform, okay? Send them to go attack something when the full moon ends, and then lock the door. Profit. You can save this. I have faith. That's an idea for next time. Come on, you got this. Also, by the way, if you play another fortress in that world and you play as that same faction, there is a very high likelihood that you will get random Were-Mammoths appearing. Honestly, I need to try that maybe. Just like let some were-creatures go hog wild in your fort for a bit and then just like send them to go attack something and be like, what could possibly go wrong? Why is there dwarf blood down there? What crime did Squizzly commit? Elf merchant is fighting. Did I kill some elf merchants? It kind of seems like I did. Well, that's awkward. I'm sorry. Oh, I see. I had an elf merchant go berserk. That makes some sense. Not like they have a way to leave.
One more month to go to the funny number mech dance.
Dr. Phineas. Yeah, soon I'll have to call you nice Dr. Phineas. Check, can I get a big round of beers? For the incredible amounts of support. Well, the number itself might not be nice. The support is, so thank you. I'm gonna forbid this guy's corpse out here. I'm just gonna let that sit. That can be left there for a bit. What? I realized that an entire elven caravan went insane. But I've never seen that before. Just like walk up here and then just like fling themselves over the edge. Huh. Yeah, that's a new one for me, I gotta say. I mean, I've seen that sort of stuff. I've never seen them just fling themselves off the edge. I need to actually watch that movie. T-Bay. Wild. Suicide Squad? No, honestly, I think that the Suicide Squad was the people expecting that movie to make a profit. Are there more merchants left? So there's 3 down here. Like stricken by melancholy. Are you gonna do the same thing? Oh, that happens pretty frequently. If something like spooks them, they will just often abandon their stuff, but they will consider it a lot. Wow, they are. Wow. Or at least that yak did. Yeah, I've never seen that before. At least not in the current versions. Bro. I mean, this is an elven yaks. These two? The Unbridled Dale. Like, here comes another one. Unless they think that they can, like, jump to there or something, and they're like, yeah. Whoa. So if I chop a hole... More or less, Firestorm. It's basically just like the front door is a giant crater, and there's a bunch of suicidal elf merchants that keep throwing themselves. I did steal their stuff, so like I'm a bad person, but like I've never seen just like a group of elves go in, like a group of merchants go insane and then just like crawl around babbling, which I've seen that before, but I've never seen this being the result of it. Look at this. Like, yeah. It seems like they're trying to end it. I mean, like, there are weird, like, oddities that happen sometimes. I'm gonna forbid the bodies. But it certainly seems like they're trying to end it. If it's a bug. Oh, well, I mean, like, so there, I've seen things like repeatedly jump off of ledges before in Dwarf. But this is like unique. Because usually it's like somebody's injured or something. And they can't actually like make a gap, but they think they can, so they keep trying to jump off the edge. Or like trying to path something. So that might be what's happening. Like they might be trying to get to like the north side of the map, and they just don't realize the floor's not there. Like that could be what it is. But I don't know for, it's hard to say for certain. Oh, multiples of them have died. There was 8 of them. All right, well, I'm just gonna lock the gate. I mean, this one died here. Like, this one's dead, this one's dead, that dead. There's like 3 dead things right there. So no, they are dying for certain. It's just kind of wild. It's like something that it's like something that you hear from like older Dwarf Fortress tales. The mountain? It's got to be the symbol, you know? Speaking of, hey, human traders, are you going to fare better? Are you? I mean, I certainly hope so. Snail meets with the royal treasurer, Feck. Feck says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. Why is there dead elves in the pit? Bring me wood, please. You're lovely, actually. I want figurines and windows. No, I only have Linux, sorry. Can't help. Reminds you of the Lemmings meme? Just Lemmings in general. I love that a franchise of video games perpetuated a lot of like inaccurate false information about like some cute little rodents being suicidal. Like, are lemmings smart? Not really, but like they don't just kill themselves for no reason. Disney did worse? Oh, I'm sure. I just think it's funny. Just because other like franchises and things have done worse, doesn't like make that one any less funny. Also, what are you referring to that Disney did? I know Disney's done lots of bad things, but which one of the bad things are we referring to in this instance? You know, honestly. Yeah, it's about... Oh. We're there. Never mind. Back from dinner, what'd you miss? Literally suicidal elves. White Wilderness, the True Life Adventure series with segment on lemmings detailing their strange compulsion to commit mass suicide. Huh. Hold on. Who did that first then? I'm assuming it was obviously Disney, but so wait. Is Lemmings the video game based on a myth from Disney? I have way more questions suddenly about Lemmings than I ever thought I would. Today I learned. I thought that was just a bit for, you know, the video game. But okay, I mean, the more you know. I learned something. Thanks for teaching me. Unexpected education. So I stole their stuff, and they didn't take it very well. Speaking of the Werepanda Toad, I can't do a Toad impression, so I'm not going to, has come. Toad Rorkagushgrowlakudmakom has come. A large panda twisted into humanoid format. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow blue. Its sepia hair is unkept. You will know why you fear the nights. The spookiest night. It's an adept hammerman? Well, that's fun. It has killed 60 things, plus an additional 10 other things. I'ma lock the door. Military missed it, because, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, it's breaking my door down, chat. Werepanda breaking door. Okay, so it's already bleeding. Speaking of were creatures, the fact that they can break doors now is fucking scary, let me tell you. My turn for where fun? No, it'll just be their fun. A flying iron bolt strikes the werepanda in the upper body, tearing the heart. Shot to the heart! But we might be too late, because we don't need to give Jack Black a bad name. He's already done it to himself. The werepanda misses, and then another bolt strikes it in the upper leg. Jumping forward, more bolts. Miss, 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 miss. Let's, disable these again. Actually, I don't need those. Miss. It's becoming a bamboo munching pincushion. Good. Bolt lodged firmly in the wound. It's missing. Miss. Oh, it attacked and jumped away. Okay. None of my recruits have flown out of the tower yet either, which is also kind of surprising. So chat, whenever you see Dwarf Fortress player-based propaganda saying that bolts are bad, just remember this. None of them have been hit yet. And there it goes. Nobody took a bit. Nobody got bit. Not one. I think these dwarves have earned a minute's rest. Can I get a big round of beers? For our gracious, legendary, incredible warriors. This looks so fucking funny. I mean, it truly is, yes. We defeated the Kung Fu Panda. Huzzah. I think, honestly, the panda sprite is my favorite in the game. I can't lie. Oh no, a bone doctor's throwing a tantrum. How dare you do that? That's rude. I keep looking down here and expecting to see one of my dwarves at the bottom and not, and being mildly surprised. Actually, incredibly surprised. I do have to say it sucks to be the dwarf who owns this bedroom. So, sorry to that Eurus there. It must be hard for you. Actually, no, I don't actually need this lower level. It's a bit redundant. Won't do much. This, on the other hand, can dig this out. And this out. Okay. Let's jump up to here and see how things are doing. Not horrible. There's a lot of dwarves in there. I feel like I could expand the tavern out to this front porch area. A lot of dwarves just hanging out, socializing. It's pretty good. All right, so bottom one pumps from this way. You. Oops. You. Yay! Sorry. And then you. And then hack it down these trees. So this dwarf's bedroom is Maffles. There's going to be a floor grate there. And I will compensate for the shrinkification of their bedroom with a bunch of windows. Would you be comfortable sleeping in this bedroom? To do all the staircases leading down to the bedrooms? I don't have to build doors on them. That's basically it. Less production for doors. Lazy. It's a decent way to use space. It's kind of about it. Nope. That's dumb. It's a very small one. But mostly a combination of equal parts lazy and actually it's kind of a decent use of space. What do I want to sell you? Gonna send 2 of those over and trade them. Somebody's knocking on my door, so 2 seconds, chat.
You fucking donkey!
All right, that was kind of funny. So for those of you who don't know, I'm getting significantly faster internet on Sunday. Or Saturday, not Sunday. And I'm going from supposedly 1,500 down, which is more like 900 down most days, and it claims to be about 500 up, but it's generally around 100 up. I'm going from that to 3 gigabit asynchronous, like just each way. And that's because they just put fiber lines in the building. Like, they've just been installed. And so, like, you have to get, like, the manual install done, so, like, a person comes in and, like, puts it in your walls, basically. But they're going to all of the different apartments. And the guy that knocked on my door is their salesman trying to sell me on it, and I'm like, no, I'm already signed. It took, like, a back and forth for a minute to be like, no, you don't fully get it. I've already paid, like, I'm literally already signed up. Like, I don't need you to cancel my current internet plan. I've already done that. I'm also, like, actually on a contract on my internet for the first time in... I'm not going to say ever, because that is inaccurate. But the first time in, like, 5 years. Because where I used to live was always, like, this close to upgrading to fiber, and it just never happened. Like, one thing would just come up, and then, like, the building wouldn't vote for it. Or, like, one person would dig their heels in at a meeting, and then it would just never happen. But moved in, and, like, first order of business for, like, all these young people buying into this building was, we're upgrading this internet. There's no questions, no ifs, no buts. We're upgrading the internet. So. Just download more, upload. My CPU literally isn't I don't think my CPU is going to be fast enough to actually download at the maximum possible capacity. Like, genuinely, I don't actually think I can process information that fast, but... Okay, I've now got you done. So now I need one of these. This is going to get spicy in a few minutes. So you guys want to learn something I personally think is kind of funny about pumping lava places in Dwarf? And just, oh, actually, maybe not pumping lava, but digging in Dwarf Fortress that I think is kind of funny. You can dig vertically through an aquifer, and you're gonna go there. You're gonna go there. You can dig vertically through an aquifer, and it doesn't get canceled at all. No wet walls cancellations if you're digging vertically up. Which I think is amusing as heck for some reason. Okay, so we're gonna dig over to this side, just go through and just keep going up. So, D-Sec, I know that you've, like, been around this channel for a bit. I don't think you were around this channel in, like, 2016, were you? If Hobo's still here, he probably remembers this. Around 2016, I was streaming Planet Coaster's beta, I think. It might have actually been the full release. I think it was actually the beta, but pretty sure it was the beta. Streaming the beta for Planet Coaster. Just kind of building a theme park and, like, vibing, right? And... at that point, I played a lot of, like, modded older PC games, like a lot of Roller Coaster Tycoon, OpenRCT specifically, and stuff like that. And this one viewer who'd been around the channel for quite a bit at the time was all, like, a bit odd, but generally fine, right? And I just kind of mentioned, I'm like, hey, you know, like, I keep track of my streams, like the total number of streams I've done, which I still do. Like, the number up, actually, I guess it's below now. It's, like, over there. That is the number of streams. That's the number of times I've turned my stream on. And I was like, we are about to hit stream number 666. I'm gonna stream Doom, because Doom 2016 was like about to release at the time. Like it was coming in hot, quite literally. Satan himself, John Romero, was arriving and ready to, well, I guess like at that point it wasn't that version of id Software, but you know what I mean. Anyway, I kind of decided then and there that I was going to stream Doom 2016. And this person pipes up in chat who'd been hanging around for quite a bit. Almost every stream. It was like, I can't support you anymore then. It's like, I beg your pardon? I'm like, well, unfortunately, violent video games like that make people violent and angry and cause them to hurt people. And then just kind of went on this mini tirade, I guess, about how if you play a lot of violent video games like Doom, you're probably uneducated, are mentally unwell, and shouldn't be occupying society freely. After we finished laughing, I banned him. That was genuinely one of the greatest interactions I've ever had with another human being on the internet, and I still think about it. Rip and tear through their morals. It's truly, I think, the only time I've ever really encountered an actual pearl clutcher while streaming. It was so fucking funny. It kind of was. I also kind of felt bad. I don't know. There was like a weird part of me where I was just like, what kind of life do you have to live to come to that conclusion? I wonder how tolerable that person is these days, Hobo. Hope they came to their sanity at some point. Also, you know, like the boom boom shooty game bobble page where you're shooting pinky demons. You know, the most biblically accurate depiction of hell. Truly. Truly horrifying. Depictions, not depictations. What the fuck am I saying? Words are hard. What the heck? Not saying. Oh, that's a bad and violent word. Not gonna lie. I kind of ironically say heck sometimes. Like the heck. It's just so it's so fucking stupid, but like I do find it kind of amusing, so sometimes I say it. Wait, hold on a second. How do you know the population of hell? I don't even know if it's religion, Brosifer. Like, because like religion can also be like a very useful way for people to find community. Like there are positives to religion. It's just when it goes bad, it's wild. Is heckin' Wimby? Really? Not here. Also, I realized when I turn my chair, I think this light's a little too bright. Bah. That kind of makes it worse because now it's too close. How the heck does that make it worse? Oh, there we go. Trying to figure out the perfect lighting level for these lights so that it never like wrecks my lighting. Well, population of hell is everyone who died. Okay, but like, logic aside. Although, remember doing something, reading something that like, it's like every 100 years there have been more people alive than in the entirety of Earth's existence previous or something. I don't remember where I was reading that, but it was just like a math study thing I was trying to figure out the total number of humans that have ever lived. This is going to be the trickiest part of building this. It's like any other social infrastructure, it gives purpose, and in this case, religion, it was education, healthcare, record keeping. I mean, it was also a way of, like, social control, you know? Give the people religion and they'll leave you the fuck alone. But I honestly have to say that I think the most positive, healthy relationship with religion I've seen, actually maybe not literally healthy, but like mentally healthy, relationship with religion I've seen was this old fellow who was a member of my community garden where I used to live. I'll get that named in a sec, 409. Did you have a dwarf previously? Because then I'll be 492.
Yay, I remembered my Prime
Skippy!
sub.
Thanks for the 4th month with Prime. Appreciate you. But was this older gentleman named Giles who was a member of the community garden that I had a plot in where I used to live. And he mentioned once that he went to church. And I was like, I'm like, how long have you been going to church? He goes, I started going when I realized that they have snacks. So I show up right as the sermon is ending, and I eat free lunch. And he managed their garden. Like, he got extra gardening space out of it and a free lunch every Sunday. Huh. No, it's totally fine. I just want to know if you, if I need to put a 2 at the end. I'm just going to finish digging this because I'm kind of focused on it. I'm getting the feeling that my meds have worn off. Okay, where was I going here? Let's just double check. 4. You've had 2 dwarves, actually. The first one was 409 of the humid volcano. Okay, the previous fort. And then the second one is of the mahogany mine. Are you alive? Looks like you... Oh, nope. You died. So it'll be 409 the second. You were struck down, in fact, by a reptile man. Embrace Twinkles. That was their name. Embrace Twinkles was shot and killed by the dwarf Scales with a copper bolt. Scales is still alive. The dwarf that killed your killer, in fact. So you wanted a dwarf with a beard. Okay. Can do. Chat, can I get a couple beers for remembering the Prime subscription? Skithy. Are you okay with milking these points for all they're worth, or would you prefer a fishery worker, or, I don't know, a siege engineer? If you have any preference of gerb from this list, Picarino. Where are the beasts? I mean, there are the beasts is what is the only thing I can really say. Thomas McCanus. No preference at all. All right, we'll go with the milker then. Happiest of the bunch. Batch. Bin. We'll go with 409 the second. 409 the second. Divine Minds. What a last name. Divine Mind. Divine the Fine Mine is always tense and jittery after being forced to endure the decay of his friend. Well, that's a shame. I know exactly why that happened. That was definitely the first goblin invasion. He likes to present himself boldly, but it would offend the average sense of modesty, and he finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Though he wishes this were not the case, because he considers altruism foolish. But he is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and can handle stress. He's curious and eager to learn, of course, and he rarely feels discouraged. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and speaks very deliberately when he's annoyed. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't care about much of anything ever, really. He dreams about crafting a masterwork someday, and personally is an absolute believer in the rule of law. Finds sacrifice to be the height of folly, sees war as a useful means to an end, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. That is a captain of the guard waiting to happen. He likes calcite, rose gold, Lysagate, and clear glass, the giant Cody leather, rope-plated fabric, and the color golden yellow. Thrones, flasks, donkeys for their stubbornness, and the words of the lavender wisp, and the sound of the silver of control, and the sight of the fragrances of silkiness, and when possible, he prefers to consume herring, blood amaranth beer, Caper berries. He absolutely hates rats. What's up, Namaki? Small question regarding immigrants. How do I stop them? Sorry, that's just really funny. How do I stop them? I've reached 200 population. I was barely able to get a squad together. I don't feel like dealing with big sieges right now. Hit escape. Hit settings. Click game. Scroll down. Population cap. Okay? Strict population cap. You can set this number to whatever you want, whenever you want. Okay? That is the total number of adult dwarves that can migrate to your fortress. This is the number of dwarves that can be made within your fortress by the adult dwarves in your fortress. It's a joke for the grown-ups in the room. Anyway, and then the other one is baby child cap. That's how many can migrate to your fortress out of the total cap of 220. So. And I could have a maximum of 50% of my migrants being children at a time. Or trade less. When your home faction shows up, if you don't trade with them very much, then they won't bring you much in the way of migrants. If you sell them a lot of value, then they'll be like, oh, there's lots of richness there. And then they, you know, send you more migrants. And sorry for laughing, but I do genuinely find that to be a really funny question. It's just, how do I stop them? There's too many. Make them stop. I can't handle all these goddamn dwarves. There's something about that. This is really funny. I don't know. Oh, 100%. No, 1,000%. If you give them like $3.50 and like a peanut, they'll send 2 migrants. The more you export, the faster you get migrants imported. So if you're not ready for a fuckload of migrants, best advice is be stingy with your trade deals. Just put the excess on a bridge and fling them. I mean, click on them and then click this button and then they'll go away. Hold up. Did I get a Helix? What the? Where the fuck is an Enjoy Torch? Seems like I have a Helix. Which is news to me. Weird. 220 now? Well, I mean... See if people have the same trouble, or how do you handle that? And they all say 150 pop in 10 years. Meanwhile, I'm like confused as to why I have 200 in the first 2. Because you're playing the game the way it tells you to. So like games like, you should trade with these elves and like build this thing and like take care of your nobles. And if you do that, you get lots of dwarves. And then everybody else is like, I have a mayor. I'm going to set him on fire. And then wonder why the dwarves are upset. So honestly, I think that you should be proud of yourself. You're in the competent minority, my friend. You're doing such a good job managing your fortress. You've got demand. People want to live there. Normally, when dwarves want to live somewhere, the response is, what the fuck's wrong with you? But you've managed to, like, satisfy some of their needs, and that's impressive. Fire hot, exactly. Okay, so you... All right, let's do... all that, all the way up. And then also all this. It's through the aquifer so that it doesn't flood. Okay, let's see what I can do now that I've got extra logs around. Let's see how much power we've got. Also, yeah, it's good to see you. Lanix, you like the shirt color? Yeah, me not wearing a gray or black shirt is kind of an anomaly in it. I do own one, like, electric red shirt, which I wear, I don't know, maybe twice a year. Like, it has to be, like, a very certain level of ridiculously fuck you hot outside for me to wear it, and it's very rare. Like, it is an oddity for me to wear that shirt. And every now and again, I'll wear it, and people will be like Chatch is just, like, flabbergasted, like, holy shit, he owns color. What the hell's happening? I'll never get rid of that shirt, though, because it proves that I was in sports once. The Forgotten Beast, Genkesh Nakmesis has come. A enormous humanoid composed of crystal glass. It sounds pretty, and it, undulates rhythmically. Beware its crystal web. Beware its webs. That is like a fortress ender if you don't know what you're doing. I'm gonna place a bunch of these. I also realize I've kind of screwed this up a wee bit. It's fine. I'm gonna go take a peek at that thing because I want to see what it looks like. I don't think all of these will have power. Oh, okay. A little bit disappointed. Tooth danger. Cavity. Did they do the giant beach balls? Oh yeah. I mean, we were up in the sticks, nice and close to the washroom. So we, is this the tooth fairy? Is that what you're saying, Nomald? It's like there's the tooth fairy and then there's in Dwarf Fortress, there's a tooth monster. Anyway, yeah, no, they had giant, they also had a drone powered blimp that was pretty cringe, but I think that's the point. It was fine. They're a very well-rehearsed band. I came to the conclusion after seeing them 409 that the Offspring might be the best band to take like a 12-year-old to, like in history. Like that might be the best first concert to send a kid to. Okay, I think there is a wrinkle in my green screen. I spin this slightly. Sweet. Nope. Yep, that fixed it. Cool. No, so I haven't fully explored this cavern layer. So there's still a whole bunch of southern stuff. Oh no, I just had Dwarf stricken by melancholy. Fuck. It was bound to happen eventually. This dwarf has slowly been going insane since the beginning of the fortress. How sad. Can I get a bunch of Fs for the good dwarf? 25 years old. Were you a child when you got here? Joined, almost immediately experienced trauma, had a pretty shitty injury, and never really recovered. It's now stricken by melancholy. Tough times. Anyways, I've got to finish these pumps if I can. So let's see, how's the power doing? Okay, so these ones aren't powered. This half up here is, though. One to three? I have one. I've got 30 dwarves that in the military out of 200 dwarves. 1 to 3 seems very high. But I am not everybody, so chat may have different numbers that they go by. I don't know. It highly depends on how many things you're at war with. I usually have like 3 to 5 squads for a full fort. This isn't... So you just have like 140 enemies and like 40 war beasts? Sure, but if your squads are decently armored and have backup and are not all like super green and have never seen a weapon before, you're probably okay. You are probably okay. I think what's more important is like having having some ranged squads and some melee squads. I think that's more important than strictly just like numbers of squads. If you focus entirely on just like having as many squads as possible, that's great until you have one that counters the weapons you have. So that's making 900 power. Not enough power. Which ain't great, actually. It really ain't great. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig through this. And I'm going to deconstruct this. I'm going to plunk some more right there. You've been training them since day one. I think you should give them a break. Sidebar. I think you should give those dwarves a break from the training. Cool, this is getting deeper. That's what I needed. What are you doing there, dwarf? Oh, they literally can't get over there. Okay. I feel really silly. Oh shit, the ad break started. My bad. Yeah, I've been like very spacey today. Like I slept like shit last night. I've been trying to cover for it, but so I've been like phasing in and out of existence midstream today. So that's my bad. But if you focus on just having large amounts of squads, you're gonna put yourself into a bad spot because like you could have 10 squads of dwarves, and they could be armed and trained and excellent. And you tell your dwarves to charge to go fight with a demon or a forgotten beast or something, but then they all die immediately because that demon or forgotten beast or something has webs or dust or something that counters them. Like what's more important than just focusing on large numbers of dwarves is having a relatively diverse skilled variety of melee and ranged weapons. That's what's much more important in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. Like a full squad of legendary melee fighters gets taken out by, not even just by that, but like gets like demolished because they end up in a fight against a foe who like knocks them into each other and they fall over. Like, dwarves are also only as strong as their energy. So if they tire out quickly, then they'll unexist themselves much faster. So keep that in mind as well. Okay, so that's 600 power at the moment. This is 5. That'll be 700 power. You've stopped because you're not getting enough. You're going periodically. I'm a little worried about this. Me widening this. Although, is this going to go up to 7 again? That's the question. There's no wavering in the power on this side. It's a little bit on this side. So maybe it's like you who's not quite getting enough power. This one seems to be slowing down. This one's getting power a bit more consistently, but we'll just leave it for the moment. We'll see how much power we can end up with. This is all the way down to here. And you on this side, this will need 1,413 power. Okay, I might need to make 2 of these. Composition over numbers, and also now it's more important to have like if we're talking fortress defense, you want a bigger civilian population that's accessible that can, you know, at a moment's notice, drop everything and man the siege weapons as well. That's another thing. What's the water wheel system for? To power the, 300 lava pumps I've built to fill up this reservoir to the left of the half of the screen, right here. That's what they're for. Let's do some... of that. Some of this. So I'm going to go down to the bottom here. I'm just going to fill all this in. I'm going to go right here, and I'm going to plop a grate down there. Nice fancy grate. We're also going to plop a wall right here. Okay, so this is all good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to here. So you, hole, 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 hole. And then we're going to start channeling through these. And then the question is, how silly do I go with this? Let's just keep going this way, this way, this way, up to there. You go this way, this way, this way. So my plan is still to play a little bit of Menace tonight, but I'm also kind of like in this determined mode because I haven't decided if I want to play Dwarf Fortress or just Menace tomorrow. Kind of leaning just doing a full day of Menace and then potentially on Friday, but most likely coming back to Dwarfs and splitting the day again on Friday because tomorrow's Thursday and that's when Menace launches. But I also really want to get this pump stack done today. I want to get this thing full of lava. Getting to that determination point. How you doing, chat? Hopefully your afternoon's going well. I feel like I've kind of done a bit of a cruddy job streaming today, but I'm doing my damnedest. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Something prime subs, but that's about all the energy I got for the day. It's been one of those weeks where I just haven't slept well at all, and last night I want to say that I maybe slept for 4 hours, something like that. So, hanging in there. No, I feel you. I get you. I'm here trying to keep myself awake here. I had a shit day at work. I feel you, mate. I can't really say that I have shit days at work because me, like, a shit day at work is like my stream crashes. Like, I think about this every now and again where it's just like, somebody in chat's like, man, I had a shit day at work. I'm like, nah, no, I feel it's like, do I really though? Like, my idea of a bad day at work is like, nah, kind of fine. I don't know. Like, I'm grumpy now. But, like, I've had legitimate weeks ruined by shit days at work at old jobs. Man, there's part of me... Is it better to have a specialized squad axe spear? If you want faster training, yes. Sorry, that took me a while to answer that question, Amaki. If you want faster training, yes. Because they can give, like, axe demonstration, or, like, the person who's leading a training session can give weapon-specific demonstrations. And if they can't do weapon-specific demonstrations, then they'll just do fighting demonstrations. So, yes, you kind of do, but at the same time, they'll figure it out. Like, it's one of those, like, you don't need to do it that way, but it is the more efficient way to do it. God, these elves yeeting themselves off the bridge might be the craziest thing I've seen happen in a minute. Was how would I know what the dwarves prefer, what weapons, split them accordingly? I mean, the only thing you really need to worry about with military dwarves is just make sure that they are at least relatively brave-ish. That's like the biggest thing you need to concern yourself with when it comes to building a military in dwarf fort, is just make sure that they will enjoy the process of training, so mastering a skill is ideal. And make sure that they are relatively brave-ish, and you'll be fine. And then give them occasional breaks. Like, let them take a break every so often. You love a shape? Oh, you mean like this? It's been a while since I've made any patterns like this. I do realize that this looks like a dick, but, I mean... It also looks like a rocket ship or a bolt. Depends on what you like staring at in your day. Anyway, down here is, I mean, that's my little thingy. My shape, if you will. And then this area is just a fucking mess. I mean, I'll say it how it is. Okay, so you're doing 16 power, you're doing 700 power. So if I connect these two together, what's that give me? The event meets with Dodok. Such a pleasant place you've carved out here for yourselves. The dwarven faction that I trade with that isn't my dwarven faction. Looks like a shovel too. Ooh. Okay. Or like the end of a catapult. I could also very easily turn it into like a Starship Enterprise. Okay, this is still filling, I think. Slowly, but it's still filling. You know, I've got another way I can do it, but may not. I don't know if it'll actually help. A caravan from Kalath Sidir has come. That's my faction. Oh no, that's my faction. The other one was the first faction. The two dwarven factions. Whomst I trade with. All the way up to there. Let's make sure that one gets done first. There you go. Let's go a little further down. Let's pause. Go down to there. Except right here. I will remove that. Over here, this is producing 1,300 power right now. Needs 14. I need 2 more water wheels on this. But it is filling. You seem to be getting power consistently now. So does that one. So I can connect 2 more to it. I also need more fungi wood. Who put that blood there? It's Lomoth Bone Sash, the Forgotten Beast. That's a little rude. I should grab a mop when they're done. Are those bros swimming through the water to get there? Nope. I'm not sure what you're referring to in this instance, but nobody is swimming to get to my fortress. They're walking through some ankle-deep water, but I don't think that counts. I have no idea what that sentence means, Namak. Oh, the blood? No, that was the blood of a forgotten beast, not one of my dwarfs. I'm just gonna sell a bunch of random clothing. So I've definitely got unused, unwanted, loose clothes around. Like, you mean floor carpet as in, like, the blood smear. There's like a dozen of them. Did I hollow the entire thing out? This? I mean, yes. What I did was I cut out the individual floors, then collapsed the top, and then it just deleted itself. Is the angry Cheeto still filling up the basement? Presumably not, because I don't see its body around. Or rather, I don't see it, and it should be in the upper cavern layer. Which I should be able to see, but I don't. So I'm thinking no. I haven't looked at it in a while, admittedly. Let's trade with the mountain home. Or, I mean, we are the capital, but we're going to trade with the mountain homes, the Great Dwarves. I'm actually going to order some food variety, I think. Is that enough? Hey, they'll do it. Sweet. Let's trade with the other faction. Brought some nicer bars. Horned melons, fruits and veggies. I just want the food variety. That's all I really want. Because I'm not really catching much in the way of fish, even though I do have fishing enabled, which is rare for me. I'll grab the cut gems as well. So grab the flasks. Oh, I don't actually have enough money to buy that stuff, so I won't. I mean, I probably could find enough money, I just... Let's do those then. Okay, name a female dwarf. The rare lady dwarf ask. Pick saviors. Smoking top hat. She feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards and can sometimes act without deliberation. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she can handle stress. She has little interest in joking around, and she tends to be passive in discussion. She often is cheerful, and she tends to be swayed by emotional appeals. She tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. I'm reading that twice. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she runs her fingers through her hair when she's nervous. When she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of crafting or creating a great work of art, and personally sees power over others as something to strive for, believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, and values eloquence. She likes olivine, iron, and yellow jasper, cacao wood, and giant echidna parchment, gems, floodgates, and scepters, and buckets and llamas for their jutting teeth. And the words of the lavender wisp and the sound of the silver of control, when possible. She prefers to consume plum helmets and sandpear cider, and absolutely hates snails. Lovely little dwarf, if I do say so myself. A good one, even. She has bronze eyes that are round and a prominent chin. She worships Anum Asmol Ud, which I think is not the god of oats, that's the god of twilight. And you've got a bunch of friends. At least you don't worship the god of 50 Shades of Grey. I mean, that would just be embarrassing. Now, over here, let's see if we can, how much more I can do here. Power, power, power. It's up to 1500. Hells to the ye. All right, that is almost enough power. So if I turn this fucker on right now, I need to lock this. Actually, what I really need is I just need a lever to turn it off. Which is always, by the way, the smartest way to build any kind of pump setup is just connect an off switch. Which I do. Chad, how often do you remember to put the off switch in before you test the thing? So I'd say 1 in 3. Can someone help you with your work order restriction? You can't seem to get dimple dye powder is less than 20 to work. I'm probably not the person to ask. Chat might be able to. Does anybody know, like, good ways to get dimple dyes to function? Because, like, I've had issues with, like, items in bags and work orders, but I just assume that I'm stupid because I'm pretty historically terrible at that sort of thing. I think that beast might be back, chat. Shit's breaking all of a sudden. Okay, so you go down to there. And you aren't connected to anything. So the problem with this is it won't be the most consistent. Why don't I do this? Let's pull water from here too. So many things use bags. Yeah, you may just like not have enough bags. Could very well be the issue there. So chat, I'm not gonna lie. You can probably notice. It's probably obvious. I think my brain is like shutting down. Like I think I'm hitting my upper capacity for the energy I've got today. Which is wild because I haven't streamed that long today, but at the same time, I didn't sleep much last night. So I think we're gonna try and get this project done. And we're going to skip playing Menace tonight. And hopefully you guys are down for a day of Menace tomorrow, because I really want to play it. I want to just spend an afternoon playing that game, because it seems like a lot of fun. So let's see if we can get this lava flowing. What do you think, chat? You got faith in me? I hope you do. If you don't, that's fine too. More caverns are collapsing. Caves are breaking. Dwarves will be dying. I mean, the dwarves aren't dying, but the caves are definitely breaking. Okay, so that's all done. And I'll fill all this in. You got bags, you got the dye, but they just keep producing and you want them to stop. Ah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I actually have not messed around with dimple dye since the dye stuff was all reworked and since those other additions were added. The dwarf Aban has finally passed away, chat. Who was that dwarf who was stricken by melancholy, and it seems that Vukar is putting away Aban's corpse. Rest in peace, Aban. One of the earliest dwarves in the fort. Also, we just apparently gained a Woodworkers Guild, which is kind of funny, and we're getting another artifact starting. One of the first insanity cases of the fort, too. I feel like I'm running out of containers. Sorry, you need what? Square blocks, sure, a forest, got it. Pictures of glass, shining bars of metal. Stack leather. What's your name? Rith the Armorer. Okay, I'm gonna make some raw green glass. I should have raw green glass. It's a little surprising that if I don't, but these haven't quite started powering yet, but let's hope that this actually helps and doesn't negatively impact the power flow. It's kind of negatively impacting it, chat. Seems to be negatively impacting it. The lava must flow indeed. Yeah, best of luck, Iggy. Actually, you know what you could do? If you want them to stop, you could literally go here and click the clock. Restarts if completed, conditions checked monthly, seasonally, yearly. You could just make it yearly for a bit. You could do it that way. If that's like an option that you're willing to go with. Okay, it's definitely like stuttering less now, which is good. Yeah, I'm seeing 7s making their way all the way down to there. That's pretty good. So kind of something I'm wishing I did. I'm really wishing that I blocked this and then let the water go around, like flow around it. Let's see what I can do. Because this could actually be like a viable alternative here. It's just, yeah, limit the total amount that can go through. Would probably honestly be the bestest option for you right now. Okay, let's see. Will you get done successfully? Okay, now that will fill up, which is really what I need. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through these and turn them into those. Maybe not all three of them, just the ones on the edge. An ad's coming through. I'm going to pause the game when the ad's hit. The water flows around it. So all this starts to power up. That's now powered fully. Let's see if I can connect you. All of these. And then I deconstruct this. May need to get rid of that, though. You break that. Hang in there, Dwarfus. You know, actually, don't actually do that. Put the game in pause. Is this the Yak Fortress? Still the Yak Fortress, Thomas. In YouTube chat. Sorry for the 10-minute break there. Woof. Yeah, no, I'm fading. It's definitely like the normally in a day when like my meds wear off, it's like I'm still mostly fine. It's just I might miss things or like get a little bit too distracted, but now today it's like, oh, meds wore off. I no longer have a brain what functions. But we'll get it. We'll get this done on the day. I've started this mission. I'm committing to it. I will hopefully get it done. Damn it. And as always, don't forget to, if you had a dwarf, check what happened to them in Legends, which can be found by typing in !Legends here on Twitch or by going to blindirl.legends.net. I mean, that's the problem with mental illness. When rest is needed, it could not be further from my life. It's like, while I agree that, yes, certainly rest is needed, could not be further from my current existence. There's a troll in the lake over there. I don't know what this dwarf wants. I don't know. Do you have any picky needs, preferences? Giant ostrich leather, pangolin tooth, hockey bone, the colored taupe, battle axes, cages, large gems. If you want gold, I ain't got none of that, so. It's producing like no power. But this is 1500 steady now. Let's see if we can hook it up. So that's 1500. That's 1413. That might actually be enough. Take this lever, hook it up to this, and pull it. And then all we have left is wait. And also, chat, just want to say thank you for tuning in. If you happen to have Prime subscriptions, think about me. I babble like this sometimes to try and do this without ever having to bring in any kind of outside sponsorships. This morning, some strange company was trying to pitch me on Raid Shadow Legends. It's been the first time in a minute. It hasn't happened in a while, but, you know, I want to avoid having to be shitty and promote that crap outside of making fun of it like I do from time to time. Prime subscriptions help me continue to operate in that fashion. This is now disengaged. Lever's connected. So now, I just need this done. When this is done, we can test this sucker. This is still super low power and needs help, frankly. But it's picking up slowly. Very slowly. Port's looking good. Cheers, mate. Some cobwebs in the dining halls, but... Verithinas, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate you. Varanatharus or something. I think I'm close-ish. I've certainly been more wrong about names before, so... Won't pretend that I know how that's supposed to be said, but maybe I didn't get it that wrong. Okay, now we're just waiting on these doors. That's still getting constructed. So these should start spinning all the way up to the end here. I need 72 power. Oof. I think we're gonna be like 100 power short, chat. So good news is this is filling slowly. What? How? You have discovered a downward passage. How did I discover a downward passage? Where was I digging? So a tree collapsed, I think, from the burning here. And that exposed this. Wild. You would tell me if you knew. Well, at least you're still trying to figure it out as well. We're all in this together then. More things have collapsed. You know, it's probably safer for me to do it this way. Stake through this, channel down, and then put 2 more right there. That'll give me 200 more power, or it probably will. A downward passage is where one cavern layer connects to the cavern layer below, basically meaning that cavern layer 2 is connected to the one that I'm in right now. And forgotten beasts and other scary things can travel from between the 2 cavern layers. That's why it's important for it to tell me, because it means that forgotten beasts can get up here, but I know that because I've seen them appear up here after not wandering into the map on this level. At least it's flat 15 hundo now. That's still getting work done. They still can't hold 100 power, but it's fine. Where there's a giant hole connecting all 3 layers, did you build the hole or was the hole just there? I've seen like world gens where the surface is connected to the first cavern layer before, and those ones are always super cool. Open caverns are kind of cool, but also super dangerous, extremely dangerous even. powered all the way up to there. Up to 1600 power. From that. 1700 power. Let's see what happens if I turn this sucker on while we have the power. Send it. No, we did not. I need an extra 31 power. Okay. Everybody, grab onto your rubber ducks. I don't know where I'm going with this. Let's just dig over to here. And I'm going to dig out to there. But we are bloody close. Can I conscript some, what, just build like hamster wheels or something? Unfortunately, no. No, I started building this before I knew how much power I was going to need. So I kind of fucked up because I should have just made it wider from the start so that I don't need to fix it. Basically, like, generally the way, like, electricity works, right? You figure out how much power you need to do something, and then once you know how much power you need, then you build accordingly, right? I didn't do that. So I have no idea how much power I need. So I just started building a thing, which is fine. It's not the worst way to do things, but I just started building a thing instead of, like, figuring out how much power I needed. So now I've realized that I don't have enough power and I need to make it bigger. So could I, in theory, it would be cool, but if I just did this in a smarter order and didn't, like, start by building water wheels and then not thinking about it too much, I probably would have had less issues. Do I literally have no logs? Yep, I have no logs. Okay, well. Habbity bubbity. Let's go over to here, do this. Mine out these, mine out that. Is the power of demand of them variable? It's 100 when powered, but if the amount of water isn't quite filling it all the way, then it jumps up and down. So that's why the ones at the end are, like, bouncing up and down, because, like, only one or two of them is powered, which is enough to roll them all, but not actually enough to generate new power. Okay, so let's see what we can do. I was like, these ones just aren't quite consistently generating enough power. These ones just, aren't generating any power at the moment because that water wheel there isn't done. Okay. Now we're just waiting for one more log. One more. One more. Just one more. Good news, chat. She's powered. Can I get a bunch of lava? Please and thank you. Because that's what we're pumping. Now I get to find out if I fucked up and I'm spilling lava into my hallways. Don't look like it. Nothing seems to be broken either. Good stuff so far. Good stuff so far. Come on, chat. We can get some more lava than that. And there she goes. And away she flows. I will go down into here real quick and forbid all of this. Zephon, you may want to get the Urist out of there. Gush. Lava Reservoir Part 1 is now done. For Part 2, we need to connect this. Which should honestly be pretty simple. Part 2 is going to go from the bottom here. It's going to fill all the way up. Actually, it is going to fill all the way up. I should probably block this off even. Like now, even. Because this is going to bubble up here, bubble up that, bubble up that, bubble up this, and then spill out into here if I don't do it this way. But now it should be safe. And let's go across here. As the lava continues to fill. Why are we pumping lava? Okay. Do you want the actual reason? Or the theoretical reason? The actual reason is vanity. Entirely fucking vanity. Theoretical reason is it might act as kind of a moat thing. It's gonna look fucking dope. That's the real reason. So, hopefully I've solved that question. But genuinely, it's like, it's gonna look cool. It's literally it. Okay, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna go across to here with the mudstone. So things are consistent. But yeah, mostly it's gonna look really cool. That is the honest to yourest main reason. We're gonna get this constructed. I mean, I've actually, okay, so I had a fortress once that was in a very shallow cold biome that was a glacier. So I couldn't use a well because buckets would instantly freeze. So what I did was I put the well above a room that was full of lava and completely encased my hospital in lava. So you can use heating, but maybe not for the most straightforward purpose that you might imagine. Like there's times where it's useful for sure. So you go down to there. And then, of course, Uber to there. Oops. And then I go down here. Look at you filling up. That's what we like to see. It's filling up pretty quick. Some smart person forgot water can travel diagonally and okay, so let's say, chat, this is a theoretical question we've got here. So let's say theoretically, some smart person forgot water can travel diagonally and dig out a river from 1 Z level below its surface. How does he stop the water and put a floodgate because constructions got canceled? Dwarves can't construct anything unless it's 1 deep. Go 1 above and try and widen the hallway, not including the area where the water is flowing in through. Hope there's a door? Yeah, move back. Time travel? Yeah, that bubble page is on it as well. I guess I would need to, like, see how bad the actual thing is. That's something that you might have to just say, fuck it, abandon ship, and then grab pumps and drain it later. If you have dwarves above, you could make a woodworker's shop and make a corkscrew and a pipe section. Actually, I know what I'm going to do here. Could make a corkscrew and a pipe section, and then that could be left on its own as a... Where's woodworkers? Just trying to satisfy the... Is it woodworkers or carpenters? Woodworkers. But yeah, honestly, like, you could make a couple pumps and pump it in the other direction, and that'll slow down the flow enough that you can probably build a wall. That's what I would do, but I think the time travel option is probably the wisest. Okay, so you right there. Okay, so that'll get hooked up pretty quick. This is all spinning. This over here is still filling. So if I go 1 Z level above, you can build below? No. That's not what I'm saying. So if you've got a river, okay, and the river bends, and you dug diagonally from below and it's draining in, okay? If you go 1 above the river and you build a pump going this way, above, then it'll pump the water out of where it's flowing into your fort fast enough, hopefully. Although you may want to build some walls on either side of it so that you don't drown the dwarf. Fast enough, hopefully, that then Dwarfy can run back into the hallway and put a cork in it. But, like, that requires a lot of ifs, buts, thens, and ands. Good luck. I would need to see, like, a bunch of screenshots or, like, even just look at the actual fort itself to be able to tell you, like, how to solve it immediately. I'm just kind of guessing, but that's the best I can say. Wait for it to freeze. That's also not a bad idea. Yeah. Or just, like, say, test fort, do not upvote and lock the door, and build a new fort next door. Do the dwarves like all the glass? Some dwarves like glass. It's like a % chance. Certain dwarves like certain materials for personal reasons. Oh, well, this is pumping now. This is actually pumping a little bit. I was hoping I would turn it off first, but... All right, chat. Here we go. Although it is probably going to stop in a sec, but... Don't the water... Yes. Correct. Don't water enter inside door to rear. Door at rear. So my fancy front door is almost ready to a go-go. Would building a wall atop and letting it fall down without support? I'll be completely honest because I can't really see exactly what the problem is. All I can really say is maybe. Oh wait, building a wall above and letting it fall. If it's not a constructed wall, so if it's like stone or rock or part of a mountain, probably. If that's something that you're building, it'll fall apart when it falls. So this is stopped now because I did in fact stop it. My switch flipped. So now we just wait for part 1 to finish filling. Because I want to see just how heavy this geyser can gusher. I think that honestly, the advice about going back to a save file is probably the best. No, literal rear door. Because, like, Abe, one of the clearest options when put into a situation such as, my fortress is full of water and I can't get in, simply lock door and build new fort next door until you have the construction capability to fix it. Here's the thing. If you channel out the surface, then it'll freeze. And also, freezing will work because it'll stop the new water from entering, and then you could dig down to the left of the fort, or the right of the fort, or the bottom of the fort, or somewhere else around the fort and drain it that way. So freezing could absolutely work. Namek. It absolutely could. So I want to show you guys something cool. Lava doesn't flow that fast, eh? It really doesn't. In fact, it kind of gets stuck sometimes. Well, I'm going to show you guys a little bit of a trick. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Like, you can freeze water in the third cavern layer if, like, there's... as long as it can see the sky. Solid afternoon of Dwarven Engineering chat room. And yours to make Dwarf just runs past. It's probably getting kind of warm in here now. I think that this pump stack over here is actually getting a little empty. Because I'm seeing so much less lava come up. How much have I drained the magma sea now? Yeah, okay. I mean, still filling. This is the majority of it, though. Yeah, it's doing okay. It's pumping faster than some pump stacks I've done. You try it and let me know how that goes. No mold? Actually, you could just watch the fortress of, the video about, the fortress Gortusk, my cult fort. It's the one with cult all caps in the thumbnail. That one, I use lava mist as defense. The fun thing about lava mist is they don't realize it's a thing that exists, so they just walk right through it. It's not like smoke where it blocks pathing. They just walk right into it. And, let me tell you, it's not good. It's not good. It's real bad. I mean, it might not make smoke when it's there on its own, but it starts to make smoke real quick when it touches a dwarf. Your poor Were-Mammoth fort. I gave you solutions to solve it. I guess none of them worked, eh? So what I'm waiting for is when this fills up, then this is going to start filling up. And what I mean is this pump stack is going to start filling up. So right now there's just like no lava sitting here because as fast as it appears, it gets pushed up here, right? Into this level. But once this is full and there's nowhere for it to go, it'll fill up here. That's what we're waiting for. In fact, we are almost there. I mean, not... Okay, I wasn't intentionally burning my own dwarves. Mostly the goblins. This is what we're waiting for. Look at this. See? Lava. And honestly, if they walk in front of the fire cannon, like, that's on them, you know? It's like if Jimmy wants to stand in front of the howitzer and say, "Take me with you, Bobby Bomber!" Then that's on him. I don't know why you would name a mortar shell, but, you know, here we are. So now all this fills up. And all this fills up. See, the lava's still moving, so there's somewhere for it to go, clearly. Although mostly just in a circle, I guess. See? That's what we want to see. We want to see everything sitting in equilibrium. Everything at equilibrium. It's almost there. Slung over to the side now. And this is starting to refill. Perfect. All right, so now, I'm gonna snooze these ads because fuck them. We don't need no ads. Now that this is all sitting at maximum magma pressure, I'm gonna turn on this lever. We're gonna see how fast the puddle of lava goes. Daggett, one of the original dwarves in the fort, gets to do the honors. You ready, chat? I need some more lava. As much lava as you can muster. It's kind of like a doctor's stethoscope. Fly super fast. Let's see what this looks like. All the bubbling. That looks pretty cool, actually. It's pretty cool indeed. Now, of course, I can always make more pumps. And make the setup bigger and more elaborate. And I think that's the plan. I mean, after all, what else are we going to do? Store fort. It's filling pretty quick, actually. That's nice. It's good. A+. So this is pumping from here. And this is refilling it, you know, faster than this can drain it. So this basically has maximum flow capacity at all times, which is what we want. Absolutely what we want. Maximum flow capacity. Or as much as fucking possible. Through the aquifer all the way to the top. And it's going to fill all of this up with lava. For what purpose? I'm going to throw a yak in it. So what's the goal here? So these dwarves worship a god that is a yak, represented by a yak, and is the god of volcanoes, fortresses, or volcanoes, mountains, rebirth, creation, and rebirth. Birth? I think it's just rebirth, not birth. Just like rebirth, creation, mountains, and volcanoes. And the expedition leader of this fortress worshiped that god, named Lenon. And this is me making a volcano so that we can rebirth our dead faction with the holy cow. So that's what this is. I'm making a quote-unquote volcano. Because we're in the middle of the desert. We don't have no volcano. So we had to make our own. We had to do volcanoing on hard mode. And I'm probably starting several wars in the process. But that's what we're doing. That's kind of a, you know, an excuse to do a mega project, if nothing else. Mountains, volcanoes, fire, sun, creation. Okay, I forgot the fire part, but screwed up fire with rebirth, but what's the difference? Been drinking too much of my own Kool-Aid, turns out. Or in this case, pineapple splash bubbly water with 0 sodium, sugar, or calories. It's kind of gross, but I don't know. Keeps me awake. Is it possible to channel upwards? Yep. You want to poke a hole in a lake 1 Z level above. The dwarf probably won't survive, but yeah, you can channel up. The Forgotten Beast, Icky Ereddipola has come. A gigantic scaly leech. I also think you're icky. It has a broad shell and a bloated body. Its blue scales are jagged and overlapping. And sorry, close set, not overlapping. Beware its deadly dust. Sulyurn. Icky Sulyurn. Never killed anything. You know, I'm so happy that they put the colors on the beasts. They look fantastic now. Absolutely fantastic. That one's not going to hang around for too long, I don't think. So I'll be honest, I don't really know what else we can do here. Aside from just let her fill it up. And then dump the yak in. And then continue to play with lava, because I've got a huge variety of sources of lava now. We can extend pump stacks. We can change lava locations. We can move hot stuff from one place to another. We can build a humongous manufacturing plant for it. I mean, heck, I could drain this as well. And I could use this to fill minecarts with lava. What? Okay, actually, that would be really fucking funny. If I built a system that, like, fired minecarts out of here, that would collide with this, then fall all the way down to, like, down here, and then back up and out. For, like, almost no purpose. I could make, like, a circular minecart rail that goes in circles around this, so anything that, like, walks too close to us just, like, gets slapped by a minecart going at warp speed. There's all kinds of dumb things I could do. I'm not gonna say that the world is my oyster, but it's certainly my mountain home. Feed the lava danger noodle. Yeah, build a giant fire snake. I mean, it's filling nice and quick. We shall make our god proud. Because the tavern can't get much busier. Chat room, I was planning to stream longer today. I was planning to stream pretty close to how long I streamed yesterday, which was like closer to 11 hours. I've been trying to catch up on time, to be honest. But I've been streaming for 9 hours, and I am about to fall asleep in my chair. I think that's me for the day, guys. I think the fort was awesome. I think we made some great progress. I will get the legends updated in the next 20 minutes. And I think tomorrow, we won't be playing Dwarf Fortress, I'm sorry. We probably will Friday. Tomorrow, I will be doing a full day of Menace, because I want to. I don't know if we hit the daily minimum today. So I'm going to go look now. But what I will say is if you like the channel and you like the way I do things here, do consider supporting the channel. You know, fun fact, we are right on the dot at the minimum wage mark. But I streamed for more than 8 hours, so we're under minimum wage again. But it's fine. It's fine. We made it. We made it. We made it. Hopefully. I haven't caught many the last 2 days. I've slept maybe an average of 6 hours a night for like the last 4 or 5 days, Eric. So here's hoping. 2 seconds, chat.